Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Let's start with our meeting. Thanks. Sorry. The meeting is officially open. Let me welcome all the members of the select and the standing committees on finance, respectively. Welcome the parliamentary support teams, PBO, legal, the teams that support the two committees, communication, and all the teams of parliament, stakeholders, National Treasury, SARS, and everybody who is in attendance of this meeting. You are all welcome. Do we have apologies? Secretariat?
Good morning, chairs, members and colleagues. No apologies from the committee, but there is an apology from DM Sarupan, who is unable to attend the meeting. Thanks.
Morning, Chair. From the Select Committee, we have two apologies from Honorable Lihuase and Honorable Siwis. Thanks.
Okay. Let's record those apologies. Honorable members, this is a joint meeting of the two committees of finance, NA and NCOP, to discuss the fiscal framework. In the language of Parliament, it is called consideration and adoption of the fiscal framework report. Let me indicate that in 2019, Parliament introduced a document known as the Guide to Budget. This comprehensive guide delineates the step-by-step process required to navigate the complexities of the budget. Each annual budget undergoes a meticulous four-stage process, and we are currently focused on processing the fiscal framework as presented by the Minister of Finance. The objectives of the fiscal framework are critical in order to shape the economic policy. It serves as a fundamental lever to influence economic growth, stability, and development. It determines government priorities. It strategically allocates resources to essential areas, including social services, infrastructure, and economic advancement. We have a vital 15 days to process the fiscal framework thoroughly. Today's meeting is dedicated to consideration of the report. We are going to adopt the report tomorrow. Today is only consideration, where we'll review the report diligently evaluate the committee's findings, recommendations, and conclusions, discuss and debate what came from stakeholders. All members will have the opportunity to raise insightful questions, share diverse opinions, and engage in meaningful discussions regarding the report's content. So it will be a two-stage process. Furthermore, we recognize that the EFF has initiated a legal challenge in the High Court concerning the fuel levy. We respect the judicial process in line with the principle of the separation of powers. The separation of powers is a fundamental principle in governance that divides the state into three branches: legislative, executive, and judiciary. We are committed to closely monitor the developments in this court case very closely. With that, honorable members, let's move to item 2, which is the consideration of the committee report on the fiscal framework and revenue proposals. Like we did last time, we are going to follow the same process where we'll move from one paragraph to another until the last paragraph of the report. I see Honorable Van Rooyen and Honorable Tambo are raising hands. Honorable Van Rooyen.
Just a clarity-seeking question, Chair. Good morning, Chair, and your co-chairperson. As part of this robust process that you are referring to, we posed a plethora of questions to National Treasury, of course, via the Minister's office, with a sole intention of accommodating their responses on our position in this process. So as a result, we haven't received responses from National Treasury. We haven't received responses, from the minister himself. So I'm not sure how do you factor in, because all those questions were relevant to this budget process, So I'm not sure how do you factor in this unfortunate development into today's processes.
They are here. They will have to speak for themselves as to how far they in responding to those questions that were sent to them. They have to be responded to. Honorable Tam.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to colleagues and to those from Treasury who are here and the staff. I'd like to begin by welcoming the resounding, clear and concise opening by the chairperson. I think it was important to make the reflections that the chair made, in particular relation to the ongoing judicial process, because on the 27th of May, when we had public participations, and I'll beg your indulgence, Chair, I know you're a patient man. When we had the public participation process on the 27th of May, we raised some concerns that predate what is now happening in the Western Cape High Court, namely about how we find the public participation process is being rendered a tick box exercise that is futile. And secondly, the chronological order of events that are ongoing now. So, and it, in particular as it relates to the fuel levy hike, because it is set to take effect tomorrow on the 4th of June 2025. And we're sitting as a standing committee on finance today and tomorrow on the 4th of June 2025 to consider whether we adopt or amend the fiscal framework and revenue proposals. The Parliament of South Africa will sit on the 11th of June to consider adoption or rejection of the budget. And we felt that for the taxation adjustment to occur on the fuel levy prior to these parliamentary processes was an undermining of Parliament and that process as well. So I'm glad that you make a reflection that we will, as a committee, will observe the judicial process, respecting the separation of powers. And I'd ask the House to also consider that in our consideration of the fiscal framework and revenue proposals, we consider, of course, as previously we had asked, our powers in accordance with the Money Bills Act to amend the fiscal framework, but also we consider the dangers that lie with a possible adoption of what the court might deem unlawful in the fiscal framework to the general budgeting process. Because I think we would all want to avoid a situation where the entire fiscal framework and revenue proposals is thrown out simply because of one revenue generation mechanism proposal in the form of a fuel levy taxation. I'm not trying to intimidate anyone. I'm just saying I hope that in our consideration of this fiscal framework and revenue proposals, we take into consideration the dangers of not applying ourselves and considering what is happening in court meaningfully. So again, maybe perhaps to thank the chair for giving us 2 days to consider this report, because it gives us time to track what is happening there and protect the budgeting process from further delay when we do not have time, as we have stated. And the second thing I want us to meaningfully reflect on when it comes to the undermining of this standing committee's work and Parliament's work is that whether we agreed or disagreed with the Honorable Beasley on his approach of recommendations to explore alternative revenue generation mechanisms or not, it was a resolution of the Standing Committee on Finance supported by a majority. It was a resolution of the National Assembly of Parliament supported by a majority. But sitting here today, none of us can see any alternative revenue generation mechanism in the fiscal framework or revenue proposals. It's an indictment on National Treasury, an indictment on the process. So I'm hoping that this will be a much more productive process than we had previously, so that again we can protect the budgeting process. I think the third aspect, Chair, that I'd like to put into proposals, and I draw this from the experience we had when we adopted the now withdrawn Division of Revenue Bill in the Standing Committee on Appropriations. The structuring of the report was similar to this one, of the draft report rather, was similar to this one in that it had an introduction, comments by stakeholders, PBO, Financial Fiscal Commission, and recommendations, but it also had a section that explicitly stood out for amendments. Now, I see in the agenda point there's an emphasis made on that we need a quorum because this committee will vote. So I'd like to make a proposal that I agree we do the way that we did it in the last sitting. We'll go page by page, paragraph by paragraph, but we have our staff complement note any proposals that may come from the House, either as recommendations or amendments, and those be placed in specific sections relating to that. Now, there's a section already for considerations and recommendations. Let's have a section for amendments, considering that the Money Bills Act allows for that. When we have that section for amendments, any possible proposals of amendments can be factored in there. So as the EFF, we already made proposals in the public participation process to avoid the delays we had in the past and back and forth we had in the past about that. So I would propose we factor in a section for amendments, and then we will vote at that stage on those amendments, proposed or not. And that will possibly happen tomorrow as you had outlined. I think it will help us structure our engagements much more fairly, and then ultimately, again, exit this meeting making a clear statement whether we are adopting or amending the fiscal framework and revenue proposals. And if we are going to take the approach of page by page, at least then, if we have a section of amendments at the end, we can make that clear statement while we're sitting in the House, and it is not inserted after the meeting is included and is part of a draft report sent to us via email. We can consider it here in the House. I make those humble submissions and proposals. Chair, I see some colleagues are looking at me very eagerly. I'm hoping to support. Thank you very much.
Why shouldn't they look at you when they are your colleagues? Because you are addressing them. Treasurer, can you respond to the issue raised by Honorable Van Rooyen?
Good morning, chairpersons. Good morning, honorable members. Chairperson, the minister is considering those questions and he will send them in shortly. Thank you.
Shortly meaning, English can be sophisticated. Meaning what? Speak for yourself.
Chairperson, the minister has not necessarily given a date, but the questions are being looked at by the relevant officials. Thank you, Chairperson.
You see, now you're making things more complicated. You said shortly, then you turn around and said there's no definite date, and we're processing the report here. Can the questions be responded to by today, before tomorrow, before we adopt the report? Yeah, let's deal with it in that manner.
Later today, Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. That's that, Honorable Van Rooyen. Is it Homoro Mazibuko?
It's me. I want to suggest, Chair, thank you so much, that let's make it a habit that when the department receives questions from honorable members, they must also acknowledge receipt of those questions. It will make our work easier. It's not our responsibility to sit here and adjudicate on the responses that the department should have made. I mean, and we can't even take a response like the one that says, no, the minister will respond shortly. They were supposed to have done that in an acknowledgement letter and give a date within which they think they would be able to respond to such questions. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Honorable Khayan. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say, please don't do that, because consideration does not mean a response, you know? And I guess that we're dealing with a very serious aspect of the budget of the country. And I do not think that we have to get such unprepared answers from you. And as the honorable member says, you know, you should be able to acknowledge the questions and give time frames as to when those questions are going to be responded to. You know, not come to the committee and just say that, because you are causing unnecessary outrage. And there's urgency to those questions. There's urgency to what has been submitted, and therefore we need to prompt respond. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Treza. As we have agreed, the response will be sent to the members today before tomorrow when we have to adopt the report. Honorable Mulif.
Chair, just to add on to that, when we considered the fiscal framework during budget 2.0, I asked a question in this meeting to the DG about contingent liabilities, and he said he will go and consider it and submit a written response, and I have not so far received it since that time. But secondly, I wanted us, Chair, to consider the issue that Honorable Tembo raised, that the matter of the fuel levy is in court. So how do we proceed in this meeting to avoid situations such as that one of last time? So how do we go ahead? Do we wait for the court process to pronounce on the matter? Because it looks like we still have time. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Let me indicate that the fiscal framework process is not interdicted. The separation of powers means that the three branches of government respect each other. It's not one way. It's not legislative only respecting court. The court respects the legislature respects executive 3 ways. So there's no interdiction on the framework. We proceed, and let's not predetermine the outcome of the court. That is the respect of the separation of powers. Let's leave them to do what they are doing, and they must leave us to do what we are doing here. The same, we leave Cabinet to do what they are doing in Pretoria. We can intervene with their processes. Let's handle governance in that manner. Because if we can sit here and predetermine what the courts are going to say, it will be wrong for a parliament to do that. We note, and we are going to monitor the process very closely. We have the legal division here. We have the PBO who advise us from time to time as to what we are supposed to do in case there is an outcome of the court. As regard to amendments, as and when, Tambo, you come to a particular matter, raise a recommendation as to how that matter should be dealt with. Because we don't want to deal with your amendment the way the money bills prescribe, because that will need another 2 days for the minister to process. So as and when there is an issue, raise the recommendation. We deal with it until to the end of the report. So Treasury, please make sure that we'll have to start with our meeting. Honorable Van Rooyen, Treasury will respond today on your questions. Honorable Tambo, let's follow the report as it is. You will raise recommendations. We are not going to have a separate section somewhere called amendments. As and when we come to an issue, raise an issue, and it will become a recommendation to the House. Honorable Van Rooyen, I hope it's the last so that we can start considering the report.
Yeah,
Then
Chair, I'm
Tambo,
going to
you will be
plead
the last.
with you, knowing that you are very smart on dealing with some of these issues. I'm going to plead with you to be very patient, because, you know, we are carrying a very heavy mandate, some of us on our shoulders, of protecting the masses for people who voted for us to be here. So just be patient with us as we try to perfect our assignment, you know. Honorable Tambo raised a very important aspect as provided for by the Money Bills the Act, in summary, on how we should deal with amendments. Now, you see, Chair, if you say we are not going to do it as prescribed by the bill, it becomes a bit problematic, because now we are, I think we are exposing.
I never said that.
Okay, maybe I might have misconstrued
No,
what
don't
you have
speak
said.
for me. Speak for yourself, Honorable Van Rooyen. Don't put your words in my mouth. I never said that. I understand the legislation very well. I can't say that. Raise your point and not.
My point is that I will fully support the suggestion made by Honorable Tambo that let's follow the process as prescribed by the money bills, and which allows us as this committee to introduce amendments, nothing else. So that's my suggestion, Chair.
If you want to raise amendments, as a member, you are allowed to raise amendment, and then we'll entertain such. But there is a process of raising amendment in terms of the bill. And the PBO and legal division here, they are going to assist us to do that. So that whatever we do should follow the legal prescript and not deviate from that. So that's what we're going to do, Honorable Van Rooyen. And we're not going to suppress anybody. I hope support staff, you have prepared lunch here. We might finish the meeting very late. Yeah, or dinner if possible, because I know Tambo wants to deal with English. I'm not going to suppress him. We are going to deal with comma, exclamations, all aspects of the language will be entertained. Nobody will be suppressed. So make sure, support him that there is enough tea there in the foyer, there's lunch, so that we don't rush our meeting unnecessarily. We want to deal with this report properly. Tambo, let it be the last, then we proceed.
No, thank you, Chair. I think me and Honorable Des Van Rooyen misheard you the same, that you were saying you don't want to run this process through the use of the prescriptions by the money bill because there'll be another 2 days we must give the minister. I think we must be cautious not to approach it like that. let's try as far as possible to stick to the prescripts that the Money Bills Act allows us to do, which is to affect amendments and not recommendations, but amendments. So I can accept your ruling that we won't create a separate section for amendments and we'll do amendments page by page as they arise. My concern is that there's a confusion that may arise in terms of what are we voting for at the end of the committee meeting when it comes to the report and the fiscal framework, because the money bills, and I know it might feel or sound tedious for us to go through this again, but the money bills prescribes that the standing committee can accept or amend the fiscal framework and revenue proposals. Now, that does not speak to the standing committee's report. The amendment of the fiscal framework and revenue proposals and the adoption of the committee report are things that I think caused a bit of confusion in terms of what were we supporting the last time. And I know there's separation of powers and we must respect judiciary and the judiciary respects us. But if we were following the court proceedings in relation to Budget 2.0, that confusion arose in terms of deliberations between the judges and the lawyers. So I'm concerned that not making clear delineations between recommendations and amendments and not following the letter of the bill to the law might arise in similar confusions as to what are we supporting when voting, which I think will arise, comes to fruition. So my proposal of a section on amendments came to make those clear delineations to avoid any leakages, because we don't have enough time to continue to be litigated. So we must protect the process as far as possible. Thank you, Chair.
Now, if you recommend something, Tambo, you sponsor what you are recommending, it must get a support. That's what it is. And in this regard, it will be the majority. So we're not going to suppress you. We are considering, we note what is in the background and what is recommended, then we adopt the report. If there are new recommendations, they are factored in the report and they become part of what, well, yeah, no problem, Tom. Don't worry, we are going to consider that. Honorable Squad.
Thanks, Chair. I really respect what the Honorable Tambo is saying. And I think he's not necessarily differing with what the Chair is saying, except that he gets a bit of confusion when it comes to adoption. And I think he will raise the confusion when we come to adoption. And I'm sure the Chair will help to clarify wherever there's confusion. It's his view that there is confusion. It's not confusion for everyone. And I believe that if there is that confusion, it should be at that particular moment be clarified. So I was suggesting that since he's not differing with the Chair, let us continue with the meeting, Chair. I suggest. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Squat. Honorable Van Rooyen.
Just to confirm, Chair, your approach of recommendation amendments treated more or less the same. Is it supported by the legal team that is here or the budget office in as far as the provision of the Money Bills Act is concerned? Is it supported? If maybe we can get that clarity so as we don't get stalled at the end of the process.
As and when you want to come with an amendment, we'll deal with it. Let's not put the legal team and PBO on the spotlight. They are here to assist us. Bring an amendment if you will bring it. We'll entertain it, deliberate, agree or not agree. Then we'll follow the proper process as prescribed by the money bill. I think that's how we should do it. The legal and PBO are our support team. They are not members of these committees. Thanks. Let's proceed. Introduction. I hope members have gone through the report. Just look at the issues that are there under 1, introduction. If happy, we'll proceed. If there are issues, raise your hands, then we consider them.
Agreed on page 1.
On introduction, Okay, Dr. Beck?
Chair, this can either come at the start or at the end, or perhaps even both. But one of the challenges we faced last time was that there wasn't a clear statement that this committee is accepting or amending the fiscal framework. And so I would suggest that we either include that in the introduction or in the conclusion this time. Of course, depending on whether it's an amendment or an acceptance. I hope my suggestion is making sense. A very clear statement required by law, either at the start or the end or both.
At the end, we'll deal with that, Dr. Beck. That's tomorrow. But in between, when there are issues that members are raising, we won't stop them. We're not saying that members should not raise recommendations throughout here. So we have not a rigid way of processing the report. But when we adopt the report tomorrow, it will be clear what we are dealing with. So we are under one introduction. Honorable Mlife.
Chair, the point that I'm raising now is something that was raised even the last time, that perhaps it would help to give a context to this budget of the 21st of May.
Speak closer to the mic, Honorable Mlife.
After all, even the minister calls it budget 3.0. So maybe just to say that, you know, we went through a process, or we did not go through a process, and it was aborted and so on and so forth. Just the context of this fiscal framework, how it came about.
Okay. Secretariat, make sure that you deal with the background. When there's budget 3.0, I'm not sure where that, but the background will be provided. Honorable Tambo.
Yeah, I think it's important and speaks to the issue of certain questions that were not responded to. If we remember in the public participation, SAICA raised a similar concern about whether, about the minister's overview or Treasury's overview stating that it's an adjusted budget and not necessarily a new budget, considering that the Western Cape High Court set aside the second budget. It's important, even that background must have some consideration of legal processes that brought us here and the state of this budget and its condition. It's 3.0, but there are contradictory statements in some of the budgetary documents that seem to suggest that it's an adjustment which would make it 2.5 and not 3.0. It's semantics, but it's important for us to consider. Thank you.
We'll deal with that in the background, as suggested by Honorable Mlife, and we'll use the right concept. The parliamentary concept, not national treasury. The budget now is before Parliament. So it is upon us to write the report accordingly. We are done with the one, as we have said, there will be a background. Two, the political overview of the budget. Up to page 2. Dr. Beck.
Chair, I'm sure we'll pick up momentum, and this is a fairly minor point. I wanted to check the first sentence there reads, the minister highlighted that the revision of GDP growth forecast led to substantial reductions in revenue, which required some small adjustments on the expenditure side. One reading of that is to say that GDP is the sole cause of having to reduce expenditure. But I thought that the minister had also noted that the inability to increase VAT also led to a reduction in expenditure. So there's more than one factor that led to a reduction in expenditure. It's not a key point, but I thought it might be worth including. And again, this wouldn't actually amend the fiscal framework. This is just comments on it.
Okay. I think that will be factored in line with paragraph 3. The minister emphasized what, proposed VAT increase and so on. The point that you are raising. There under minister, in paragraph 3, there is the issue of VAT. I think the secretariat has captured that. Honorable Kaiser, then Honorable Mlife.
No, thank you very much. I think that there's inconsistencies in terms of what the minister says on page 1. There's emphasis which was made that in its totality, the 2025 budget remains pro-poor and pro-growth, and it can't be consistent with the reductions that we are experiencing within the fiscus, which disproportionately affect the poor and the marginalized, and I think that should be corrected in terms of the lexicon it seeks to perpetuate. Chair, thank you very much.
Yeah, it's a point of debate. It's not at Honorable Tyson. It's a political debate, whether pro-poor, pro-growth, and others will say it is, others not. It's a political statement, but it's noted. The matter you are raising is noted. Honorable Mlif.
Chair, I think the minister used the word austerity, that this is not an austerity budget. But the truth of the matter is that when you introduce a regressive tax, such as the fuel levy, and only increase expenditure by 0.8%, which is less than 0.8%, which is less than 1%, the budget becomes an austerity budget. It is a combination of regressive taxes and a less than significant increase in expenditure. So we are of the view that it is misleading to say that this is not an austerity budget and that it is also pro-poor. It isn't, Chair.
Okay. So it's still an austerity budget.
Yes, it is an austerity budget, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Squad. And then Honorable Khadem.
Chair, I think it's more like what has been raised by
Honorable Keza.
yes, because really you can't say it's austerity when budgets are not necessarily cut. It's an increase, and the decrease is on the increase. So it's not as if we are cutting budgets. You know, it's a decrease on the increase that was supposed to be there. So there's still an increase. So I think it's something that it's actually a moot point that I think we should just leave it as such. Thanks.
Thanks, Honorable Squad. Honorable Khadem.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning, everyone in the House here. I'd really like to differ with Honorable Keza and Honorable Mulife that this is indeed an expansionary budget because it's going to increase by more than 180 billion rands, and the frontline services are still being retained. 60% of the budget goes to the to the issues of the poor people, the grants and the education, and so it is really a pro-growth budget because it also expands on the issue of infrastructure. So I also don't agree with the sentiments which they are raising. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. It's a political debate. No one is wrong, no one is right. Yeah, we're not dealing with figures. We're dealing with a political statement. Honorable Tambo.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'll accept that you say it's a political debate, but the minister himself said, so let's allow that debate to be reflected in the public record. The minister said in his budget speech that this is not an austerity budget. Can we say that he says that here, and then we'll allow society to read the entire fiscal framework and decide on its own? So as a factual statement, the minister said that he's moving away from austerity. So we can include that here, but it must be included here so that people can make their own determinations as to whether that is true or not. And then secondly, on page 2, the minister emphasized that the budget reflected extensive consultations and sacrifices, including the reversal of the proposed VAT increases. I think it would be fair to say that the budget reflected also an outcome of legal challenges. I don't know what sacrifices means. I'm not sure what sacrifices relates to, but there are factual things that occurred that led to this budget reflecting what it is reflecting now. If I wanted to be problematic, I'd say that consultations should not be included here because the product of those consultations are not part of this budget. But I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm simply saying that if we're going to say this budget reflects extensive consultations, sacrifices including the reversal of the proposed VAT increases, we must speak to the circumstances holistically, because this suggests that extensive consultations alone resulted in the reversal of the proposed VAT increases. Let's include that there was a legal process that forms part of the historical production of this budget. Otherwise, consultations becomes debatable. I think that's fair. Thank you, Chair.
We agreed that there's going to be a paragraph on background. After introduction, background. And it will include that, not the minister. It's us who are going to say that. That since February, this is what Parliament has gone through to be where we are. The consultation has been there, Tambo. Whether it was adequate or not is something else. Honorable Beasley, Honorable Ryder.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just to remind members that it's a minister's political overview. It's not our individual political party's overview. It's a minister's political view. So I think that's important to put into context. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Beasley. Honorable Ryder.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I think I'm partly covered by that comment, but we must remember in the first section it's been reported what has been discussed. Now, unless any of us are wanting to put in or audition to become a speechwriter for the minister, I don't think we can change what he said. So I believe, it's a case of noting what's been said, and then the section for members comes at the end when we do our observations and recommendations. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Ryder. Okay, let's move to 3. 3 is from page 2 up to page 5. Yeah. Honorable Mlif.
Chair, when it comes to the domestic and economic performance and outlook, some of the issues that are raised here, we sought clarity from the National Treasury. For example, on how the 1.4% growth was arrived at and so on. And so in the absence of those answers, it becomes difficult for us to make a meaningful contribution because we wanted to understand exactly where Treasury was coming from.
As Treasury are here, they are also expected to respond to certain things. The same applies with our parliamentary teams. As and when there is a question that requires them to respond, they have to do so. That's the reason why SARS and Treasury are here. Treasury, can you respond to the issue raised by Honorable Mlif as to how did you arrive at this figure?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, in the budget overview document, on page 22 and 23, we have outlined our economic assumptions for the global economic outlook as provided by the International Monetary Fund in their World Economic Outlook of April 2025. The world economy is expected to grow by 2.8%, which is a downward revision of 50 basis points relative to the wheel, which was the basis of the March 2025 budget review. Advanced economies are expected to grow by 1.4% in 2025, which is a 50 basis point downward revision relative to the January 2025 World Economic Outlook. Sub-Saharan economic growth is expected to grow by 3.8%, which is a 40 basis point downward revision against the January 2025 World Economic Outlook. As a consequence, Chairperson, on table 2.3, we outline the assumptions for the macroeconomic forecast. We have revised down our assumption for global demand, which is the combined growth index for South Africa's top 15 trading partners, as based on the April 2025 World Economic Outlook as published by the International Monetary Fund. Our global demand assumption is now 2.8%. We've also revised down our assumptions for Brent crude oil, gold, platinum, coal, iron ore, and palladium. Our domestic assumptions include food inflation, which we expect to be 4.8%, and electricity inflation to be 12.3%, as well as the sovereign risk premium to be 3.2%. This was extracted from the updated tables of the 2025 budget review and its table 2.3. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mlefe.
Mr. Chair, the question really is, all of the things that the esteemed member of the National Treasury is saying are available to the Reserve Bank, PwC, the Budget Office, everybody. And yet, their projections of economic growth are lower, including that of the Reserve Bank, lower than that of the National Treasury. Where does the National Treasury's model introduce this optimistic error term that allows it to go to 1.4% when everybody else has lower projections? And that is really what we wanted to find out in the questions that we asked, Chair.
Okay, Honorable Van Rooyen.
Just to emphasize, Chair, here we are not speaking of the projections of this current financial year only. We are referring to a historic pattern of almost a decade of missing the projections, you know. So it's clear that some of the basic things are not taken care of, and always differing with other sources, you know. So it's not like only focusing on this current financial year alone. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Van Rooyen. Treasurer.
Chairperson, last Friday, the colleagues presented to the two committees, and on slide, I just want to open up the slide, Chairperson, so that I read the correct. So compared to other forecast institutions, this was on slide 42 of the presentation pack that we shared with the committees on the presentation last week, Friday. We demonstrated that the mean absolute error between 2011 to 2024 for in-year forecasts for Bloomberg was 0.67 percentage points, 67 basis points above the median. For Reuters, it was 64 basis points below the median, and the National Treasury was 63 percentage points below the median. The latest budget 2025 projections show that government's GDP forecasts over the MTEF, the medium-term expenditure framework period, are broadly in line with the consensus. Our first quarter 2025 forecast comparison relative to the average was 1.4, and the average was 1.5, excluding the National Treasury. The International Monetary Fund was 1. The South African Reserve Bank was 1.7. The Bureau of Economic Research was 1.5. And Bloomberg, which aggregates a number of the consensus forecasters, was also 1.5. This is for 2025. Between 2011 and 2024, government has delivered in-year GDP forecasts that are, on average, more accurate than the consensus and consistent with comparative performance. We acknowledge no forecast can be perfectly precise and continue efforts to reduce residual errors, and this will remain an important guiding principle of our work. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. That's that. It's a point of debate. Will not suppress it. Yeah, let's proceed. Honorable Mlefe.
So, are you saying that your projection of 1.4% is better than the Reserve Bank's projection of 1.2?
Let's say the report is here. National Treasury has stated their views. It is up to us now. This is our report. What are we saying as parliamentarians? That's what we're supposed to do. They've clarified the background, how they arrive at a certain conclusion. But what is our take as members of parliament in regard to an economic overview of the world globally and the country. Honorable Van Rooyen, Honorable Squati, Honorable Numalo, Honorable Khadem.
Thank you, Chair. It's cited on page 3 of this report that on the upside, persistently weak inflation, continued withdrawals from the two-pot retirement system, a rapid uptake of renewable energy investment by the private sector and municipalities could boost growth over the medium term. Now, you look at all those variables that are cited as variables to drive growth. This is laughable. I mean, how do you consider withdrawal from the two-pot retirement system as a source of economic growth? To me, this is really laughable, Chair. And then you start to understand why National Treasury projections are forever wrong, because they are basing their projections on, small things like withdrawal from the two-pot system as a driver of growth. So it's clear that we will never get, as our position, Chair, and we are saying to you as MK Party, come next year, we will be dealing with the same excuses again from National Treasury of missing projections. It's because they are basing their projections on useless variables. Thank you, Chair.
So what are you saying as a leader and a member of parliament?
The basis for the projections are wrong, Chair, and we will forever be swimming in the same problem of dealing with wrong projection by National Treasury.
Let's give solution. What are we saying? What should happen? I think that should be our basis. They have done what they did. That's the executive. And now we are in the legislature. What are we saying ourselves as decision makers? That's what we're supposed. We can criticize and say all sorts of things, but we are here. We are leaders. We must tell the world, we must tell South Africans, which direction should the economy take? That's what we're supposed to do. So we have to go beyond criticism. We have to provide solutions. Honorable Squatting, Honorable Beasley.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I think
Honorable Mleef, yeah.
the matter has been raised several times with the National Treasury in terms of the projections that are not necessarily maybe closer to what's being achieved over the years. And I think we've even requested National Treasury to explain in terms of the tools that they're using and so on, the methods and so on. And I think it is the responsibility of National Treasury, just like IMF, they can make projections. They might not necessarily come out because of whatever changes that might come. World Bank, it can make whatever, now Reserve Bank, they use their own, so it's not necessarily whether it's true or not, but those are projections they're making. What is important for us, I think, as Parliament, is to hold them accountable in terms of the projections they're making. If they're saying it's going to be 1.5, 1.4, or 1.8, we've got to hold them accountable for those projections that you have said the economy is going, and we have been raising this matter, and it has shown over the years that we have not been able to do so. So we just have to hold them responsible in terms of what they're projecting. And I think we have raised it, that there is a need to improve in terms of the analysis that they are making, coming up with the projections that are not necessarily, closer to what we believe can be, because it's all projections. Chair. It's like somebody who is dealing with rain will say, in Cape Town today it will rain, 10% chances of rain, and the sun comes up, then it's very hot, So I'm just saying the tools that they're actually utilizing are the ones that gives them the kind of projections that they're making. So, but what is important for us is to hold them accountable in terms of what they said the economy will grow, because then over the quarters, they must be able to say, what is it that is being done to make sure that they are able to grow the economy to be able to reach those projections. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks. Honorable Numala.
Thank you very much, Chair, and my greetings to your good self and all the members present here. Chairperson, on the issue of the National Treasurer, I think they were given a chance to explain as to how did they reach the percentage. They have explained it as they're saying it is a projection. It's not something that is concrete. They can be able to move maybe downwards or upwards. So projection, it is a project. I think what is important from ourselves is to make sure that they analyze everything accordingly and be able to give us accurate thing. And as a committee, we must be able to hold them accountable to their projection. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Khadera.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I think that my colleagues have covered me well, that this issue of treasury is a projection. If it's a projection, it means that it is not precise. The only science which is going to be precise is the natural science. In the natural science, when an aeroplane has to take off, it will have to take into account the speed of wind against which. So it means that there are certain minimum things which must be done. So, but when coming to projections here, I think that it will always remain like that. And then I think that, as Honorable Sikwati said, that we must just hold them accountable for what they're doing. But if you can look back from 2011, there were a lot of deviations, big deviation from that. But we must look at the factors, what caused that. So I think that as we engage further with this report, as we are going to engage with them, I think that we must hold them accountable to that. Just like the issue, just like this year, they cannot copy and paste what the South African Reserve Bank is projection. They have to take into consideration what is happening in the economy itself. I can make an example. I wonder whether the Reserve Bank has taken into consideration that South Africa is hosting G20 this year. There's a lot of inflow of people coming to the country. The hotels are full, and then this thing is on its own. Is going to raise the revenue of the country and the economy of the country. So let us leave it to them, and then, but we always hold them accountable as we move forward.
Honorable Beasley.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So, as my colleagues say, it's prediction. If you get 20 economists in a room, none of them will ever agree on a figure. And I think it's important to state that it's National Treasury's estimate. It's not this committee's estimate. It's not Action SA's estimate. It's a committee's estimate. And in the conclusion, Chair, it actually states there that the committee is concerned with the over-optimistic. So it is covered there, Chair. But this is the National Treasury's forecast. It's not the committee's. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Beasley. Honorable Mulefe.
Yeah, I want to differ with the members who say that because it's a projection, it can be any number. We have to arrive at a rational projections, utilizing rational analysis. And one of the questions that I asked the Treasury in those written questions was, if renewable energy gives you an energy availability of 30%, when what we need is an energy availability of 80%. How do renewables contribute to growth? And that is why I think the Treasury misses some of the projections. One of the other questions was, so where is the nuclear build program? Is it being budgeted for? Because that could change our fortunes as far as growth is concerned and our ability to generate electricity and sell it outside of South Africa. So as I want to repeat that the questions that we asked were actually not just flippant. They were real questions that wanted to understand where National Treasury is coming from. The fact of the matter is that you cannot list renewable energy as part of contributions to higher growth. Renewable energy actually takes us back. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Bratz.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, National Treasury's stance on GDP growth was and is well documented, and well replied to throughout the process since the Minister's budget speech until now. So at this very moment, we are dealing with our committee report, and that is the report under discussion today. To labor or to argue is not going to make any difference to National Treasury's projection. It is a pity, however, that the report that was well circulated before this meeting was not read or alternatively comprehended. I refer to page 18 of this committee report, paragraph 6.5 as well as 6.6, where the committee will note at the end, that is under committee's observations and recommendations, that this committee will note at the end certain aspects of National Treasury's projection. So I propose at this very moment, Honourable Chair, that we move on. This issue has been laboured. I think it has become a dead horse that we are kicking to try to revive. It's not going to happen. Let's move on, please.
Thank you. Honorable Mazibuko.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, agreeing with my colleagues, honorable members, in terms of the projections, that projections are projections. But I think for me is to maybe get from the National Treasury the tools of analysis that they are using, and how credible those tools are. I think for us, we should be preoccupied about the credibility of the tools. And I agree with the view that ours is to really strengthen our oversight and scrutiny role as the committee. Honorable Van Rooyen refers to the past experiences that in the past years we have been having these projections, and we have not been able to realize the economic growth and the reaching of the targets. But the question, if you flip the coin, would be, what have we been doing as the committee? Because you cannot expect different outcomes if your oversight role is not strengthening and change. So I think on quarterly basis, right from the first quarter, because our problem is that we wait for the fourth quarter and then we expect things to be different. I think right from the first quarter, we should be strengthening our oversight role as the committee in making sure that the Department of National Treasury do reach the targets that they have been put in place. But I think for me, we should be preoccupied about the credibility of these projections and the tools that are used thereof. Thank you.
Thanks. Honorable Tambo, Honorable Van Rooyen.
No, thank you, Chair. I'm hearing all the members say that we must intensify scrutiny on National Treasury and its projection mechanisms, but are rejecting what is going on now, which is exactly that, I would presume, which is to hold them accountable to their projections. So I think that's quite unfortunate. But I had a different point to raise. I'm not sure where we are now, because I want to raise on point on page 3.
Oh, Tambakere,
All
we're
right.
still on item 3.
Yeah, so
Up
under
to
3.2, I'm not incorrect to go to page 3. Yes. Under 3.2, on 2025 Fiscal Framework and Revenue Proposals, it reads, as National Treasury explained, the framework is largely unchanged from March 2025, but reduces anticipated revenue and spending, while the departments largely retain their baselines and frontline services are protected. I think it would be helpful to include, perhaps at a high level, either a paragraph or an illustration as to where this anticipated revenue and spending has been reduced. I think it would be important to insert the areas where there's anticipated revenue and spending reductions, but at a high level, nothing like extremely comprehensive. So we have a sense as to what this is speaking about. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Tambo. Honorable Van Ryn.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I thought we were doing exactly what you expected us to do. That is to cite and to state our criticism and recommendation on the paragraph by paragraph. But it seems as if we are not on the same page. Or someone is entertaining us, I'm not sure.
They're trying to collapse the meeting, Chair.
What is this thing?
Is it not
Who's
an alarm for
operating
fire
here?
or an emergency?
Okay.
Are we not under the attack of the proponent of genocide? I don't know.
Van Ryn.
Non-existing genocide.
What's up there?
So we can proceed or ignore it? Chair?
Let's find out, Chair.
It's just that it's irritating.
Let's find out if we're not supposed to evacuate and not ignore on national television fire
we've
alarm.
requested. What's the problem? Eh? Hey, Buhle. Ngiyakuthuma ukuthi uyochecka wena ukhuluma no Van Ryn. Van Ryn is not your chairperson. Van Ryn, usikachushetsa abathu aka mo. Wabona Buhle uchuwile ka lebaka lawo. What is the issue with?
Chair, the question is what is procedure when a fire alarm goes off in Parliament? Should we evacuate or do we question the presence of a fire or not? Because I'm not sure. I'm not sure that's our job.
Okay, so what you need?
Jaja? Okay. The policeman said it's a fire alarm. He's going to check and then he's going to come and notify us.
Chair, I'd propose we conclude briefly and evacuate and set an example to the people of South Africa that fire alarms are not subject to investigation by civilians. Let's evacuate.
Okay, let's adjourn for 5 minutes.
Yeah, Nina.
Can we proceed? Oh. Let's proceed. We are still under considering item 3. Honorable Van Rooyen.
Thank you, Chair. Chair was saying maybe I might be the trigger. Eh? I might be the trigger.
Honorable Van Rooyen. Every time I will turn over the alarm.
But Chair, I think maybe the, I don't know, the whips committee should talk about this with Parliament. Because we are supposed to take every single fire alarm very seriously unless they've announced that it's just a test or unless they said it's a drill. But we must take it seriously. And what they're doing now is that next time there will be a real fire and we won't go out.
Yeah, we are taking it serious. Can Wusha and your colleagues, can you interact with the police and the parliamentary technical team as to what is it that's happening? And they should give us the technical report. Because you can see M46 is right inside, it's enclosed. Once there's fire from all sides, there is no going out. That's the challenge of this venue. So please get the technical report and come back. Honorable Van Rooyen.
I just wanted to clarify issues of our participation, because earlier on you said we can come in and make submissions on paragraph by paragraph. Now I hear there's a strong argument that from page 3, obviously, to page 16, we are obviously looking at the summary of previous submissions. Now what I want to know, are we citing our recommendations on the submissions, or are we just correcting submissions? Maybe if we feel that they are not properly captured, because then our role is just then to focus on what we should be doing from page 17. So just clarity, Chair, because I think the first directive from your chair was that let's make submissions paragraph by paragraph where we deem it necessary. Thank you.
Yes, we are looking at the context of the report, including the background and so on. But nothing stops us from making input, because now we're on 3. And what I hear members to be debating is the issue of economic projections, the methodology, how the Treasury arrive at this, and so on. And if ever we have got inputs in this regard, we can say so, that we don't agree with Treasury methodology. This is what we are proposing should be done. We have the PBO that is assisting us. We have the FFC and other organs of state that are accounting to this committee. And those organs have got, economists who are equal to the task. So there's nothing that stops us making recommendations throughout the report. You observe something, you say, but why shouldn't we do it this way?
Thank you very much. I hope it clears other members' submissions.
Okay. Wait a bit, Honorable Fan. Officer, what's happening with the fire alarm? We are uncertain here. Yeah, the officer said they were busy spraying something and it activated the, what do you call it? Dr. Chimamor, you are a fire, what? Safety office. Yeah, they were busy somewhere, not they activate. I don't understand what it is, but they say there's no fire. Honorable Farwe?
Say nothing to do with my voice, Chair.
No. Yeah, are you done, Honorable Van Rijn? Oh,
It's important because other members feel a bit uncomfortable with following your directive because they are saying now we are discussing the ministers this and that. So I think you have clarified it, and I hope they are following on your clarity. Thank you.
okay. Are we done with 3? Honorable Tambo, Honorable Khaya. Sorry, because of the break, then I missed my notes here.
No, thank you, Chair. On page 5, the second last paragraph, where it reads, the May 2025 budget withdraws the VAT increases and the additional zero-rated items. The second sentence, I think, should also read, the May 2025 budget and inflation-related. The May 2025 budget proposes, an inflation-related increase in the fuel levy for petrol and diesel, effective from the 4th of June 2025. Again, it must state the May 2025 budget proposals related to no adjustment to personal income tax brackets, rebates and medical tax credits, transfer duties, and above inflation increases in excise duties remain unchanged. So this challenge of remain unchanged, it speaks again to the presupposition that there's some continuation between the budgets. So perhaps that sentence can be phrased differently, but the emphasis I wanted to make was that each sentence must be prefaced by the May 2025 budget so that there's a distinction as to who's making these proposals in a clear fashion. Just for that clarity. So the inflation-related increases in the fuel levy are a product of the May 2025 budget, and the non-adjustment of personal income tax brackets and other related taxes are a product of the May 2025 budget. So just for that consistency in language. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Honorable Tambo. Honorable Khaya.
Yeah, Chair, thank you so much. I'm coming late when we have already agreed to move forward. But I think I just wanted to emphasize one point with regard to the projections. And it's unfortunate that we are discussing this in the introductory part of the report. But if you go to the last part, for instance, the recommendations, you will find that we spend a lot of time on a matter which is brilliantly captured. On the recommendations, if you look at 6.5 and 6.6, the issue of the projections there is written in chapter and verse. All the submissions that members are making are captured in those 2 paragraphs. So I don't know where you are sitting. How are you going to make us to read the report so that when we make inputs, we have read the report, all of it? The manner in which the report has been written, we must commend the people who put this report together. There is not a single item left if you check how the recommendations have been captured. So I'm just saying that, Chair, as and when we engage, we must also know that those matters are also reflected later in the recommendations. And some of the issues that we raise here, you'll find that they have been brilliantly captured. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Khayane, for that intervention. Can we move to 4? From page 5 up to page 10. Honorable Tambo.
On a lighter note, Chair, we appreciate the structuring for the Parliamentary Budget Office and Financial Fiscal Commission as proposed by the Economic Freedom Fighters during the. It's a good restructuring of the report.
No. We are making a lot of progress. If the fighters are also acknowledging, yeah. Thanks, Honorable Tambo. Let's move to 5. Page 11 up to page 17. Honorable Mlif.
Chair, the FFC recommendations and the Parliamentary Budget Office recommendations, I mean, especially the FFC recommendations, it is required by law that Treasury should consult the FFC. Now, what I don't understand is how can the FFC's view on these matters be so divergent from the budget that was presented by the National Treasury? Was there a consultation process? What happened? Because that is prescribed in law, that the FFC must be consulted before Treasury finalizes the budget. I don't know if Treasury had the FFC's recommendations for the first time during this consultation process, or whether they were considered very early in the budget process, because I can't understand how the views are so divergent.
Okay. Treasurer, can you explain how you interfaced with FFC as is prescribed in the Constitution?
Chairperson, I am representing the Budget Office of the National Treasury, so my only capability today is to answer questions that relate to the fiscal framework. I don't know if the FFC is here today to explain whether they were consulted, but I believe the Minister has held the relevant consultations with the FFC, but I'm not able to comment on consultations between the Minister of Finance and the FFC. Thank you.
You are not speaking for FFC. The simple question, as you are working in the budget office, did you take into consideration the recommendations of the FFC? That's what you are supposed to respond to. Because it's in the Constitution. FFC, unlike other institutions, it derives its mandate from the Constitution, and it says this is what National Treasury has to do as outlined by Honorable Molefe. So you are here on behalf of National Treasury. So you can't say I'm not here for Minister, FFC. If you don't know, just tell us that I don't know. As part of the questions that have to be responded to today, you must also factor in that question. Back to you. How do you deal with this question raised by Honorable Molefe?
Chairperson, we will respond in writing to the committee. Thank you.
Honorable Molefe.
Chairperson, that is the treatment that I get from the National Treasury on a consistent basis. This is the third time now. And we do not get the responses. The other question is, in the light of what you are saying now, why is the DG not here? Maybe even the minister or any of the deputy ministers. Because this is a very, very critical step in the budget process. I mean, if they really, really want to see this budget go through, I mean, I think that they should be here to put our fears at ease. Or are they assuming that this is a done deal because at the political level it will go through, so there's no need to answer any technical question? As the GNU has spoken.
There's no GNU here. This is Parliament. GNU is at the executive level. So we'll have to get all the responses from National Treasury today. I think we'll break at some stage so that we don't take things for granted. And you go out and make sure that, I think at 120 Plain you have an office. So all the issues raised have to be responded to. But I don't expect you working in budget office, not understanding how the budget process is supposed to unfold, and missing the step where FFC is supposed to interface with National Treasury. How did that miss you? I'm not saying respond to that, but I didn't expect it from you. Because since 1994 or 96, when the Constitution was adopted, I'm not sure if FFC was there in the interim Constitution. But in the final Constitution, it has been there. So it's not something new. Honorable Mazibuko.
Thank you, Chair. Agreeing with you, Chair, and Honorable Molefe for a change. You know, Chair, this is a very serious meeting where the committee has to take decisions and approve this report. So in future, Chair, meetings of this nature, can they be attended by senior officials from National Treasury? You know, officials that would be able to give us responses here in the meeting, not require us to break and wait for the answer. Because the reason why we are here and why National Treasury is here is so that by the time we approve this report, we are all satisfied and we have all the answers. So for me, I think it is the undermining of this committee by National Treasury to send officials that do not have responses, officials that are not clued up in terms of the processes you have just said. So this is actually undermining the committee. So can we officially make that request that we need senior officials in these meetings? Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Mazibuko. Honorable Dr. Beck.
Chair, my colleagues are right to point out a concern with the officials here, but for the sake of making progress, I just want to recenter the conversation a bit. South Africans are talking about budget 3.0, but in a lot of ways it's budget 1.3 in that the budget hasn't substantially changed between these versions. The FFC would have been consulted in this process, and they have been vocal in the past where they felt that they weren't sufficiently consulted. For example, before the last cycle. We haven't seen that vocalization of unease at this cycle. And so given the facts at our disposal, I want to propose that, if the FFC still wants to indicate after this point that they weren't sufficiently consulted, we take that up, but we then move forward as we now are. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Dr. Beck. Honorable Khadim.
Chairperson, although I agree with Dr. Beck, but I think that the FCC also squandered its opportunity, because when the Treasury was responding to the inputs, they were supposed to have been here as the PBO was here to make an input direct. I don't know whether today are they here in this meeting. If they are here, then they can be able to respond to these issues which are being raised. Because now it goes back to what the Treasury is doing. We have to get a report back from them and ask them but when the meeting is in progress here. I think that they squandered that opportunity, Chairperson. I think that they must also take responsibility for their actions. Thank you.
Okay. Last time what was it, Friday? I invited PBO and FFC. And FFC wrote us this letter. Dear chairpersons, joint meeting of the committees. The FFC refers to the calendar notice and agenda that was forwarded today, 29 May. The agenda makes reference to the response by FFC to the public hearings. The FFC presents to the committee its response to the 2025 budget as a standalone item. It does not respond procedurally to public hearings, as the public hearings are made to Parliament directly. The Commission urges the Honourable Chairpersons to amend the agenda and remove FFC from the agenda accordingly. Apart from the aforegoing, the committees are advised that the notice is late and the FFC already has a prior engagement. The FFC wishes the committee well in its deliberations. Yours faithfully, Dr. Patience Nombeko Mbava, Chairperson, date 29 May 2025. So, this is the correspondence. PBO came to our meeting, if you remember, last Friday, and they are here. So, but this is the official response we got from the FFC. Honorable Mulif.
So my question is, in that letter, the CEO of the FFC says they have a way of doing these consultations with the National Treasury outside of Parliament's procedures. So my question is, did those procedures that are outside of Parliament happen? And if they did, why are the views so divergent? And it's as if they don't know about the existence of each other between the FFC and National Treasury. It's like strangers putting together these documents that do not have any semblance of consultation or convergence or agreement.
Honorable Swart, and then Honorable Khadim.
Honorable Chair, I think, I just looked at my watch now, 2 hours now already. And we started, I think you, Chair, opened the door for all the discussion, but as somebody said, what we should have discussed is all locked up in the recommendations. I think, and that I suggest that we go to recommendations one by one, and that we discuss the recommendations and see what will the outcome on the recommendation be. I think we're going to spend another 3 hours now on the recommendations. Thank you.
I will go there, Honorable Swart. Last time we were told that we dribbled you in processing the report. in a hurry. It's a step. If you ask a question, we respond. If there is a fire alarm, we adjourn and we go and go to the assembly point. We come back. No, so there's no rush. The adoptions will be tomorrow. Today is the full day. Yeah, and I hope there's no one who has got children to pick up at the preschool here. So that people don't say, hey, we've got kids to pick up. So don't worry, Honorable Buswat, we are coming there. So we have to make sure Honorable Mlife's questions are responded to about the FFC. And the issue of, I'll write to the minister now that we want the senior officials today or tomorrow. They must be here. If he himself can't come, we'll write to him now. Any other issue on 5? Honorable Khadem, sorry.
No, Chairperson, I think that I'm well covered. I think that this issue of Section 5 is a good summary of what transpired, and then there's nothing we can change. It's just what has transpired on that day. If the FFC could not come here, it is their own decision to whether upon parties, although it's very bad on our side, because they made a presentation to us as the committees. They were supposed to have dealt with these issues which we wanted to raise with them. Just like the questions which are raised by Honorable Mlefe, we're supposed to have asked them direct. Did they interact with the National Treasury? Where was it wrong party? Because they are not here, we cannot stall this process. I think we have to go where we're supposed to do the things ourselves on the issue of observations and recommendations. The 5 part, I think that I'm very comfortable with it. It's a true reflection of what transpired. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Khadem. Honorable Scott.
Chair, just to check on the year of the projected economy on FFC, which is 2556. Is it corrected? Page 5.
Where is it, Honorable Scott?
Where does the sentence is starting? Says the projection it's for 2556.
Okay, which paragraph?
First paragraph.
First.
This-
Page 11.
No, on the Financial Fiscal Commission.
Page 5.
That one, yeah, I think we missed it. The 56. I'm sure they can be projecting for.
Okay. Is it attended to?
Okay.
Okay. I hope we're done with 5. Let's come to 6. Here we go, paragraph by paragraph. Remember, we're not adopting the report, but we're observing and recommending further. Honorable Tambo, 6.1. Honorable Mazivuk.
Thank you, Chair. I would have an issue at 6.1, but last time it caused a lot of debate on whether what National Treasury is doing can be construed as an economic strategy, so I'll leave that one for today. 6.3 says, recognizing that economic growth is a collective government responsibility and acknowledging some progress made, the committee urges for accelerated implementation of the economic reforms to create a conducive environment for economic growth. I think it's quite ambiguous. So unless there can be a specification as to what progress exactly we're acknowledging has been made, I would propose its removal. I'm not sure what it seeks to communicate. 6.3, I'm not sure what the sentence in its entirety is trying to communicate. What exactly are we acknowledging? And what exactly are we recognizing? and
It
which economic
recognizes the
reforms?
economic growth and recommend accelerated implementation of the economic reforms, amongst others, is Vulindlela.
Yes, I'm getting there, Chair, because this one is ambiguous in the sense that it says it's acknowledging some progress. Which progress is being acknowledged? Because it's a committee perspective now. Now it's no longer the minister's statement. Now this is something that we must acknowledge as a collective. So what exactly are we acknowledging? Then 6.4, the committee notes that while Operation Vulindlela is expected to stimulate economic activity, its key role is to remove constraints to growth by creating an enabling environment for specific sectors to rebuild capacity. Noting the current economic crisis, the committee urges for a discussion with all relevant stakeholders to identify potential key sectors that can be targeted and supported to place the economy on a higher growth trajectory. I think 6.4, if it is the identified methodology of economic growth that we are saying is symbolizing progress, it becomes debatable. So 6.3 is ambiguous. 6.4, I think, is politically debatable. I think all political parties have their own characterization of what Operation Vulindlela is and what it seeks to achieve. And we as the EFF don't agree with Operation Vulindlela as an economic model that will stimulate economic activity. We, for example, characterize it as a privatization strategy. So this characterization, I think, cannot be reflected as a committee characterization of a method to stimulate economic growth. So I'm not sure if we remove it or we rephrase it. I'm leaving that to the committee. But 6.3 is too ambiguous. I'm not sure what it relates to, but 6.4 is politically debatable. So I'd propose a removal or a rephrasing and say the committee notes Operation Vulindlela as National Treasury's proposed method to stimulate economic activity. And I'd perhaps even leave it there, because all the other acknowledgements are ideologically aligned. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry. Thanks, Honorable Tambo. Honorable Mulife, Honorable Raida, Honorable Khadebe, Honorable Masibuko. Yeah. Honorable Mlif. I'll come to Honorable Raida after Honorable Mlif.
Chair, we observe here that the National Treasury has an economic strategy. It's not clear to me what that strategy is or what is the problem that the strategy is trying to resolve. But if the National Treasury strategy is to reduce unemployment, inequality, and poverty, then they have brought a water pistol to an inferno, to a burning parliament. Because the issues at unemployment at 41%, Chair, we will never get to, we'll never reduce unemployment at the rate that we are going with this kind of budget that we have presented here. We will never reduce inequality, we will never reduce poverty. Because every year, there are more people who are entering the labor market than there are jobs that are being created. So we are really firing a water pistol against the wind. And we are not going anywhere. And I think that this is a critical point that I think we need to make. It's not clear what is it, what is the X that Treasury is trying to solve for, because then we can't measure whether the measures and the budget that has been presented is in the right direction. Part of the problem is that there seems to be a planning paralysis in government. We know that the projection for growth is 1.4%. But what is the target? Do we have an economic growth target? And how far are we from achieving it? The World Bank says South Africa needs 3% growth to start dealing with unemployment. How far are we? And how are we going to get there? It's not clear. I mean, even in the medium term framework, the projections are 1.6%. We are still way below what we need to deal with the suffering of South Africans who are unemployed, who are poor, and who are suffering from inequality. So I think, Chair, it is important for us as a committee to make these points and say that we really don't know where this ship is sailing to. The destination is not very clear to us.
Thanks, Honorable Mulife. Honorable Ryder.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, I think much of that comment held value. I certainly think that the unemployment issues are a point of major concern, but I do think that the Operation Vulindlela, based on the data that we've received, has already shown good traction and had positive outcomes. We've also just seen the launch of phase 2, I guess it's called, of Operation Vulindlela. So I think that certainly the majority of members on this committee would agree with the paragraph that's written before us and that was initially raised as having concern. And at the risk of, I don't believe we should get to a point where we need to vote on every single clause within the report. But certainly I think that it's the majority here would agree. And it is normal for parties where they have disagreements to make submissions that can be included in the report. But the report needs to be a reflection of the majority, and I believe the majority view is in support of this paragraph. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks. Honorable Ryder. Honorable Khadebe.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I really would like to go to paragraph 6.1. The committee knows that the National Treasury's economic strategy focuses, among other things, on implementing structural reforms and supporting public infrastructure investment. I really appeal to the committee that in that same sentence, it must also include attaining fiscal stability. Because when you have fiscal stability, is then that the economy can grow. Because the investors will look how much cash is available in that economy, and then they'll be able to invest in that economy. So what is also critical, there's definitely a strategy, Chairperson. The issues of the medium-term development plan and the national development plan, they are very clear, they are very expansive, what must happen. From the NDP, it puts the targets, what must have happened by 2030. The MDP, the medium-term development plan also reduces that to only 3 achievable goals: inclusive growth, dealing with the issue of unemployment, and creating a capable state. Once you have a capable state, it means that that state is going to be able to collect the tax, be able to invest in the public infrastructure which is there. That's why I say that paragraph 6.1 must be retained as it is, but it must also include that at the end and attaining fiscal sustainability. Because without fiscal sustainability on the side of government, as the largest procurer of services and goods, the country is going to go into the doldrums. I think that issue of fiscal sustainability must be put in that paragraph. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Khadebe. Honorable Mazibuko.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, unlike the comment from Honorable Tambo, we do believe that Operation Vulindlela will assist us to stimulate growth. I think there's an honorable member who motivated in that regard. So we agree with paragraph 6.4. However, I would just want to add at the end to read like the committee notes that while Operation Vulindlela is expected to stimulate economic activity, its key role is to remove constraints and growth by creating an enabling environment for specific sectors to rebuild and expand capacity. So I just want us to add that part that of course we do believe in it, but we need to, there's a need to expand capacity.
And that it is being taken to the next
And yeah, yes, and that it is taken to the next level. But yeah, we do believe that it is going to assist us. So that's my proposal, Chair. And
Okay. Oh,
if I may go down to 6.5, I know that Honorable Mulife raised a concern on this, that the committee notes National Treasury's downward revision of GDP growth forecast from 1.9% to 1.4% in 2025, and from 1.8% to 1.6% over the medium term. I would then request the following changes: that the committee believes it will require a considerable increased public and private investment in the medium term, given growth outcomes of the past 2 years, the current persistent structural economic challenges, and heightened global economic risks. So my addition there, Chair, is that believes it will require a considerable increase public and private investment in the medium term. And we take out the still considered the forecast optimistic, just for the paragraph to make sense. Thank you.
okay, thanks. Honorable Umalo, Honorable, wait, Honorable Umalo, Honorable Van Rooyen, Mulefe, Tambo, Honorable Squat. Honorable Numa.
Chair, thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity. I want to first start with the one of 6.1 to say that we must add I support the adding of the fiscal sustainability so that we can be able to do the development. Chairperson, I'm on 6.6. The committee urged the National Treasury to enhance, we delete the improve, to enhance its GDP growth modeling as government of expenditure planning has for over a decade has been based on optimistic, its growth assumption and did not materialize. The committee, however, noted the National Treasury's commitment to strengthen fiscal transparency with improved fiscal risk analysis, economic forecasting, and oversight of budget entities to reinforce fiscal sustainability or credibility, so to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Van Rooyen.
Thank you once more, Chair. Chair, I think Honorable Mlife made our point clear on 6.1 and 6.2. 6.3, you know, I'm not sure which progress is it referred to here, more especially when we speak of recognizing the growth of our economy. The real of the matter is that we all know we are a country of the extremes. I don't think there's any need for reiteration of that reality. So truly speaking, 6.3 is misplaced. I'm not sure which progress is it referred to here. Maybe this meeting will help me to see the progress that is being referred to here. What I know is that those the people who have elected us to be in this parliament, there continue to be unemployment on daily basis. The level of inequality is increasing on daily basis. And of course, poverty is hitting them hard on daily basis. So I'm not sure which progress is it referred to here on 6.3. On 6.4, this operation Vulindlela, I think we made it clear as MK party that seems not to be opening Indlela for our people. Maybe it's opening Indlela for some people. You are, what is this? You are IPPs. What is this? You are independent power producers. The real of the matter, since its inception, we are still waiting to see the numbers. Where is growth? Because it's its key objective. Where is job creation? Because it's its key objective. Nothing. Now we are told that it's going to local government. Now let me caution you, because correctly coined by ourselves and others, this is just a platform to expedite the process of privatization. as it goes to local government, this is what is going to happen. The capacitation of the developmental state is going to be compromised. The focus on that item of the mandate of the government is going to be missed. And the result of the matter is that private sector is going to call the shots. In fact, I'm reliably informed now, just that I don't want to put officials of National Treasury on the spotlight. Private sector in some of these platforms that have been created through this Operation Vulindlela, which we refer to as Operation Vulindlela for the private sector, but not Vulindlela for the people, are already calling the shots. They are determining the specifications for this and that. So the danger, when you take this thing to local government, which is ailing, which doesn't have capacity, you are literally handing over municipalities to the private sector. And I think the result is very, very simple. Private sector is in this thing for money, more than any other thing. They are looking for the bottom line. They are looking for good profits. So as they take over provision of services, tariffs for those services are going to increase. And what will be happening to those that we claim to be representing here? They'll have to fork out more, including ourselves. So truly speaking, this Vulindlela, we just want to warn you, seems not to be Vulindlela for the masses of our people, but Vulindlela for the private sector, and at a high risk of compromising provision of basic services to our people. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Mlife.
Chair, I think any strategy, including Vulindlela or the National Treasury Economic Strategy, that does not have targets that we can measure, is just rudderless. We cannot go year in and year out looking at whether our forecasts, not targets, but forecasts were correct. We cannot work on forecasts. We have to have an aim. We have to have a destination in mind. And that destination, Chair, in this country is meaningless unless it has targets of reducing unemployment, of reducing poverty, of reducing inequality. We all agree that that is the nature of the economic crisis in South Africa. It is about unemployment, poverty, and inequality. And so, Vulindlela, National Economic Strategy, that do not address those three issues that affect the majority of the people in this country, the African majority, then, Chair, it's not going anywhere. And I think that perhaps as the committee, we should take this opportunity to make that point, that we need to talk more about unemployment. We need to talk more about the suffering of the majority of people in South Africa, and not just come with big English words like fiscal, structural reforms, and so on and so forth. But talk about practical things that people understand about dealing with the suffering that they are now experiencing. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Honorable Mlife. Honorable Tam.
Thank you, Chair. So I'd like to caution the committee on the dangers of majoritarianism that is at odds with objective reality. And this is to speak to Honorable Ryder's point, because he speaks about data that speaks to progress that has been made when we question that 6.3 about what exactly this progress speaks to. And perhaps he was trying to save time by only referring to the transition from phase 1 to phase 2 of Operation Vulindlela, because if that's what progress means, then I'd be very worried. And I think we had raised this in our previous engagements with National Treasury. I'm not sure if it was on the second or the third attempt at this budget, where we said, you are telling us about the progression from phase 1 to phase 2. What are the achievables that can be recognized in phase 1? But if we must speak to data, in quarter 1, on the 13th of May, State South Africa released the quarterly labor force. 291,000 jobs were lost. About, in the construction sector, about 119,000 were lost. In trade, 194,000 were lost. In private households, 68,000 jobs were lost. An hour ago, while we were sitting here, 11:30, State South Africa released its quarterly labor force for Q1 on growth, and it's an hour ago. We've grown by 0.1% as South Africa now. Now, this is data that speaks to the fact that this sentence and paragraph are objectively and realistically incorrect. So if this committee is going to write about progress made that is at odds with data being released by our own institutions around employment and around growth for the first quarter, then I'd be very concerned if that is the type of majoritarianism we're going to subscribe to in crafting this report. We can make a much more neutral statement, because I know, that's why I said that it is ideologically and politically debatable as to whether these paragraphs reflect something that can be construed as a committee perspective. So I'm cautioning against majoritarianism that is at odds with statistical data, and saying, let's rephrase these sentences. If we can't explain this progress made, and progress is moving from phase 1 to phase 2, I don't think this committee should reflect on progress in that manner. And if we're going to reflect on Operation Vulindlela, let's reflect and noting its stated objectives without stating that, without phrasing sentences as if we as a committee are in an ideological agreement with Operation Vulindlela's stated intentions and its characterization. But please, if we're going to talk data and progress, let's use data that is readily available to us as members of parliament. And I hope we can consider this 6.3 with that in mind. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks. Honorable Squad.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I would want to agree with my colleagues here that indeed unemployment is a menace to our people. The issue of inequalities is a problem. And I think everything that government is actually trying to deal with here through Operation Vulindlela is not necessary. The problem is, I think colleagues are taking this mechanical, like if they say phase 1 Vulindlela, it means tomorrow if you intervene in Transnet, automatically there are thousands of jobs that are there because you have taken a decision to intervene in Transnet. But what it says is that there is a focus to deal with the weaknesses in Transnet. There is a focus to deal with the blockages that are there. And therefore, you're bringing about interventions which are catalytic in nature. What it means is the industrial activity, your mining, all these things. And therefore, your mining sector will start to have to produce more because you have dealt with the blockages in terms of your terminals, in terms of your transportation, in terms of other areas, in terms of your logistics. That is what it does. So it's an intervention mechanism that will unlock and unblock other areas that will lead to more economic activity, which will then lead to growth. That is what it is all about. Now, if you view it mechanically, you'll not be able to understand what it means. No, you'll not be able to understand it. Now, I think Vulindlela is there to unlock the potential that is there, but is sterilized by the weaknesses that Transnet has or other sectors. That is what it is meant for, so that we are then able to find more activity and unlock other opportunities that are there that have been halted by the weaknesses. Now, there is no other injection for suffering of our people. You've got to find ways and means that can be able to give you the results. It might not be immediate results, but it will lead to those results. So when we say we must talk about the issues, these are issues that are affecting people. Because when you unlock through Vulindlela, you are creating those opportunities that will speak to those issues of unemployment. You'll speak to those issues of inequality and so on. But these are talking about the reforms that are being implemented. So I'm just saying, let us deal with this Vulindlela so that we all are at the same level. Because it looks like we do not necessarily understand what kind of animal we're speaking about. Chair, having dealt with Vulindlela, let me suggest at 6.7 that I agree with 6.7, but suggest that we make an addition to that paragraph, that the committee notes the lack of asset allocation by pension funds in line with the Pension Fund Act, Regulation 28, allocation of 45%, which has experienced a low uptake, and report the performance of Regulation 28 within the next 3 months. It's an addition that I'm suggesting we take to 6.7 in terms of the pension, the role that is supposed to be played by pension funds. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Honorable Khadebe Kheza. Dr. Beck, Honorable Khadebe.
No, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I really would like to let you know what Honorable Van Rooyen has said, that in Vulindlela is only for the certain people. It is not like that, Chairperson, because part of the key reforms which Vulindlela was highlighting is the issue of fixing the electricity crisis in the country. And as I'm going to borrow from Honorable Tambo, said that this thing must be backed up by statistics. Now, when you go back to how many days of load shedding did we have since the Vulindlela was instituted, you can say that there's a drastic decrease on load shedding. So if load shedding is going down, it means that our economy is going to perform better, because now the businesses are going to have reliable electricity to expand their operations. I think that on April score, Vulindlela is very clear about that. But also the issue of investment in the economy itself. When there were no renewable energies sector which was there, now it is there, there's investment on that sector, and then that sector is going to put more electricity into the national grid. So it means that it's going to improve the economy. So Vulindlela has got a good story to tell around that. Only this week, Chairperson, the Minister of Transport opened the line between Chris Hani and Cape Town. That line, the people who used to use that line for more than 3 years, that line was not operational. It means that the poor people who are using the trains every day are going to get a serious relief. But that impact of the opening of that line is not going to be felt this week. But by next year, when they dealt with the statistics, it will be seen that there was quite an improvement on the ordinary poor working class, which was using that. So I think that the issue of the Vulindlela aspect really, Chair, is speaking for itself, is there. There were changes around that. But I'd also like to agree with Honorable Squad that the issue of the lack of the asset allocation by pension funds must also be taken into consideration. It must be explicit in this report that we expect the pension fund to come to the party to be able to deal with the backlog of infrastructure in particular. As Honorable Mlifa said before the fire break, is that where is the issue of the nuclear build program? Unless the pension funds are able to contribute, we don't say they take responsibility, but it's there in the energy mix of the country. It is there in the energy mix. I think that the Honorable Minister of Electricity has dealt with that, said that they are going to put a budget aside to deal with that. So I think that those aspects must be captured here, that we are really progressing as an economy. But what I don't agree with is 6.8, Chair, when say that 6.8, considering the current economic and fiscal crisis, I'll prefer that it must be positioned the current economic and fiscal position. Because when we speak about the crisis, Chairperson, our budget deficit is not even, when you look at the other countries, go and look at the United States, their budget which they are passing now. Go and look at that deficit. How many trillions of US dollars is there in that deficit? We don't have such a crisis as a country. I think that we are able to manage, to maneuver as a country to address our issues. We don't deny the fact that there are challenges in this country, but at least you cannot say that it is a crisis, because we'll be sending negative connotations out there in the market. The issue that we do have challenges, but the issue is not a crisis. It is a position which can be resolved by fiscal sustainability. Baya dankie, ke a leboga, Ndulastulo.
Ra leboha, Honorable Qheza.
Chair, I am quite humbled and really stunned by some of the things that are relating to some of the programs that we are rubber stamping here in the committee. It reminds me of the targets that are embedded in the National Development Plan, which are going to be outmoded by time. The time is against that program. We are soon heading for 2013. It does not look like any subnational government is able to reach those. So the ambiguities that Honorable Tambo is speaking to in terms of 6.4, creating an enabling environment, I am wondering, Chair, whether it is tracked from the fact that in the country we can say anything as long as we don't disturb the status quo. A status quo that has been determined by the conditionalities of the Bretton Woods institutions, which just says what it is that you must do in terms of the policies that you should follow vis-a-vis the kind of assistance that you are going to be given. And therefore, the policy path of your country must be in line with those that you are owing. I'm wondering whether we're sitting in a committee in front of our people and trying to say everything, but do not disturb that. And the second thing that I'm wondering, Chair, is whether, fiscal consolidation has no bearing in terms of the sustainability of growth and in terms of reduction of government spending and disproportionately affecting the vulnerable population group, because you see, this is the difference between those who are not representing the constituencies where we're coming from. You see, we as members of parliament were coming from constituencies. Those who are controlling the economy in South Africa, they are not coming from anything, but they are basing whatever they are basing on the basis of the satisfaction of the markets vis-a-vis the satisfaction of societal needs. So says a guy who wrote very well how Europe underdeveloped Africa. And the perpetual state of underdevelopment, therefore, it occurs to me that it actually is deliberate in a sense. So whenever we sit in committees, we must check our historical burden and our historic in terms of how much do we owe. And therefore drive a policy path that is going to extricate the country out of that. How are we going to come out of that if we are pushing for neoliberal policies that will ultimately benefit the private sector over our people? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Beck.
For the sake of progress, I'll rest my point, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Beck. Anything under economic performance and outlook before we go to fiscal framework? Honorable Tam.
What is the resolution on 6.3 and 6.4? Because we've taken all of these contributions on it. So how are we concluding? There's divergent views. How do we reconcile those divergent views?
You say 6.3. Let me see what you have. So your contestation is that you don't acknowledge that there is progress made, isn't it? And also, yeah, in the main you contest under 6.2 that there is no progress based on the issues that we have raised. And the other views are that there is progress with what members have stated. Is it factual that there's no progress, or is political debate, so that we are at the same wavelength? Because we have to deal with what is there. You don't have to agree. Remember yourself, you are in the opposition.
I would have thought there's no opposition here.
Wait.
But I don't
You are not. In government, there's government, Tambo. We can't deny. Yeah. But this parliament, this report comes derived from what government is doing. I agree we are interlinked. As much as we are independent, but we are also interdependent as the three organs. So, as you said, and as Kaiser said, that there are issues which are ideological. And we can't want to reconcile our ideological differences. I think that will not be right. There are issues that are contested, but others are saying that there are facts to say that there's progress in that regard. So, what are you saying, Honorable Tambo? So that we are clear on 6.3.
Yeah, on 6.3, if we want to retain an acknowledgement of some progress made as a statement of the committee, then we can include as well that the committee further acknowledges that in Q1 of 2025, there was a loss of 291,000 jobs, that in Q1 of 2025, there was 0.1% economic growth. And this reflects, I don't know, failures or stagnation as part and parcel. There must be a reflection of the divergence of views. So there must, if we're acknowledging some progress made, let's acknowledge deep failures as well, which is the stagnant economic growth, which is now 0.1% in Q1, and 291,000 jobs which have been lost, and a growth of unemployment, I think, from 31 to 32%. If I'm not mistaken, the statistics can be checked by the staff. But if we were acknowledging things, let's acknowledge them wholeheartedly. That's not even ideological, that is statistical data. Thank you, Chair.
I think Honorable Mlife has done that. He spoke about the UPI, unemployment, poverty, inequality. And that pecking order stands in that manner. You don't start the other way. And we have not disputed that. So no one is going to dispute the facts in terms of UPI, which we have to state that unemployment is this, poverty is this, inequality is this. So I thought we are agreed to that in terms of the UPI. I will phrase it tomorrow when we come back.
So tomorrow it will be rephrased?
Yeah, it will come back clean, don't worry. But we really acknowledge the UPI statistics, because you can't dispute them. They are there. Honorable Van Rooyen.
Then how you deal with issues of ideological differences? How you deal with them for the purpose of this report? Because we will insist that we want our views to be captured. So I'm not sure how you deal with issues that you classify as ideological differences, because we will insist that we will want our views also to be captured, irrespective that we are few and will be outnumbered by the GNU cohort, you know.
This GNU, last time you voted with the DA, and you were very happy. Now you tell us other things, because they are not, when we haven't come to the vote, maybe they will vote with you, we don't know. Now you are lambasting us and the DA and everybody. You were very happy last time when you came out of the marquee. So, when singing, and EFF joined the DA court case. It was not their court case. So
That is
today-
factually incorrect, Chairperson.
well, it was not your court case.
That is
you
factually
joined.
incorrect, and I think
This one-
unnecessary statements to make.
well, no.
The economic freedom fighters
Tambo.
applied in the Western Cape High Court independently, and it happens
No,
to be that we must
Wait-
join the DA's
wait,
case.
We have the court papers here. You never.
We can go to the court papers. As much as we might have light-hearted engagement, the
Wait.
unnecessary back and forth about GNU and court cases,
wait,
I don't think
Tambo.
it's something we should do.
Tambo.
No, Chairperson, we can't allow you to make statements unchallenged which are factually incorrect.
Don't
It's
be dis-
incorrect
don't-
what you're
Don't
saying.
be disruptive. You see, when you speak, no one disrupts you.
But I don't cast aspersions on anyone. You're casting aspersions on the EFF.
No.
You're casting aspersions on
you-
the EFF, and I have to correct you.
Tambo, can you have order?
I'll be orderly, Chairperson, but some
Don't-
statements
you
are
don't
not
have
necessary to make.
You don't have hegemony of disrupting meetings.
No, I'm not
Don't-
disrupting you. You're
don't-
stating
don't do
wrong
that.
information.
Can you keep quiet, please?
Okay. Can you withdraw what you have said, Chair?
I'm not going to withdraw. Can you?
Then can you allow me to debate what you're saying?
No.
Because it's factually incorrect.
I'm making what you call a ruling. Can you switch off the mic? Thanks very much. So, please don't insult GNU when it suits you. But when you are voting with other parties, you are okay. So don't do that. So there's nothing wrong with making a political input, Honorable Van Rooyen. Raise your input, and then we'll see how we factor it. Tam, you will become a chair the day you are voted. Now you are not a chair. Don't. You were behaving properly. Don't do that. Tambo. Honorable Kaiser, you were talking about the Bretton Woods here for a long time. No one disrupted you. Now, when others have to make inputs, don't do that. Honorable Van Rooyen.
Thank you very much. I'm not provoked, but I really want to make sure that you don't mislead South Africans. Your behavior here as members of the GNU family is determined by the undertakings that are made at that level. It's not a secret. South Africans are no longer fools. They can see this through. It's clear that as we speak now, everyone knows. It's not a revelation that you will be voting with DA. That's why even this process is not taken serious by the executive authority. So please, let's not. The practicalities dictate otherwise. I know you'll want to argue technically and academically, but the reality of the matter is that this is a GNU-driven relationship. And this GNU is not even a political project. It is a project of people with commercial interest in the political landscape of our country and, of course, the economy of our country. So please, let's not fool South Africans. They will punish you heavily next local government election. Just be careful, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Orleo Nyagaudira political input on that we have to factor in. Can you come back to that? Earlier on, I gave you a platform. You said there's an ideological matter that you want to raise.
No, I wanted you to make a ruling on where we differ ideologically, because it seems as if majority view is going to prevail over our view. Those of us who are not part of the GNU relationship, you know.
Kanti, why are you preempting the outcome of the report? We haven't come to a situation where we are voting. Can you make your point as a member of this committee?
We have raised on, since from 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, 6.4, we have raised different articulation as compared to what is captured here. So what I wanted you to rule on, how is this going to be captured in the final product as part of this committee report? Because we don't want our view to be overshadowed by politics that are not clear and that don't have even basis rooted within the struggles of our people. Thank you.
Let me take Honorable Mlefe's squad and then I'll come back to how we proceed.
I think, Chair, some people call it the government of neoliberal unity. But the point that I want to make is we would like an opportunity after receiving National Treasury's answers to make a written submission as well before the process is finalized, because we feel that the failure by the National Treasury to respond to our questions has put us in limbo. And so sometime, depending on when the Treasury gives us the answers, we would like to finalize our written submission to the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. I will allow members to make inputs on all the issues under consideration. Tomorrow when we vote on the report, we'll go from one item to another and vote on the submissions. Agreed? Siyavumelana, Thamba, ngithi? Tomorrow.
But
So
that will-
today I'm not suppressing anybody. I want this to be a free flow. We have got the capable secretariat. They are noting all the issues that we are raising.
But Chair, this
Tomorrow
is-
we'll, wait, Honorable Mulif. What you have raised, remember we made the ruling that National Treasury must respond to all that we have written to them today, isn't it? Yes, so that by tomorrow, when we finally adopt the report, you raise the issues on this one, 6.2, this is the matter that we are raising, and you are not happy with what Treasury is responding, then we agree or disagree, move forward. Then 6.2 until the last recommendation. So we are not going to suppress anybody. We'll make sure that your questions are responded to today in writing by National Treasury. Yeah. Honorable Mliv.
Yes, Chair, we agree, but we would like to make a written submission for historical record that this was our position when these reactionary positions were adopted.
Honorable Mliv, you call people government of neoliberalism. Now there's a reactionary. Can you be constructive, Honorable Mliv? They sound like you. Please, your written submissions will be taken into considerations. But these innuendos of government of neoliberal unity and taking instructions from somewhere, let's be constructive and say this is what we are recommending. And then we debate it as this committee. We move to the next point, this is what we are recommending. We debate it just like that. Honorable Scott, and then Honorable Mashan.
Thanks, Chair. It looks like there's a notion, Chair, here that there are those people who are representing people out there, and there are others who are representing their jackets. I mean, the facts speak for themselves. So I don't know why you think other representations are inferior to yours. And people are not even listening to what is happening here. Because people are able to choose from politically sounding statements that are unrealistic, which are not progressive, which are not revolutionary, but they sound revolutionary. People can hear that and they can choose. They can make, that is why no, it's not even that. As we have, look, you know, the problem is you want to always talk about VAT. And we know what we resolved in terms of the VAT. We said we are giving the minister 30 days to deal with that. So that is why we are here. You might believe that it's you, because, you know, fantasy is also another means of. I'm just saying, was a resolution that came out of here. It was not either MK or EFF or any other person. It was a resolution that came out of here because we also understand that we represent the poor. We understand their challenges, all of us here. And there is no party that has got a monopoly of views. We are all equal here, and we believe that if the majority are saying this is how we feel the meeting should go, I mean, why should it be that we must be forced down our throats, that we must take certain, you know, statements, and if they are not there, it means it was not a representative of the meeting. I don't think it would be correct, Chair. And I think let's just agree that we continue with the meeting as you stated, and then we will come and adopt the report tomorrow. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Makuel. Tambo will come after.
Thank you, Chairperson, Dr. Maswanganyi, and greetings to my colleagues, the honorable members of the Select and the Portfolio and the Standing Committee on Finance. Chair, well, first a comment to support the statement coming from Honorable Sukwati as an emphasis. No one holds monopoly of wisdom here in this committee. And all our views should be considered in the same way that those that think that they have superior logic and want to compel us to buy into their ideas, they must know, even if they are saying that they don't believe that there is progress made, if we believe ourselves that we see the progress, our views must be also considered. But I want to find out from yourself, Chair, in terms of us processing the report, at the end of the report, you know, in some of the committees that I've served in, I would see that there was an allocation for the minority view to say, in this report, there was general consensus, the majority agreed to the report, and there were those that do not agree, fundamentally have issues with the report, who are allowed to state individually so. Should we not follow that process so that we are not dragged down to just rhetorics? I don't want to say empty rhetorics, because at the end of the day, some of the rhetorics that are that are viewed here really would not take us anywhere as a committee. We have a government, and the government is at work, and we have indicators, we see tangible results that the government is making efforts to ensure that there is stimulation in the economy, and there is a level of working towards economic growth. That's my submission, Chair, to say if this report will also allow that at the end of the report to air the views of those that are representing their own jackets, to state that I, Honorable so-and-so, disagree with the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. Thanks, Honorable Makuel. If you look at the template of parliamentary reports, they are almost the same. Even in the report of April, if you look at it towards the end, it says, this is what party this and this said. So as much as the majority prevail, but the views of other parties, which might be the minority in terms of the vote, are captured in towards the conclusion of the report. Though at the end, you were making good statements, but when you say people are representing jackets, Honorable Makowe, now you, okay. Thanks very much. Okay, sure. She has withdrawn. Honorable Tambo and then
Thank you,
Honorable Khayana.
Chair. No, I think I'm comfortable with the proposal by Honorable Makubele, as long as there's an ability to reflect divergence in terms of certain things, and I feel very strongly about that 6.3 and 6.4. That the indicators of lack of growth far outweigh the presumed indicators of progress. And I think I wanted to be brief, and we'll deliberate further tomorrow, because I presume we'll be closing soon, unless I'm mistaken, because there's a house sitting, or I'm mistaken. Okay. Because I can't let it go without speaking into the historical record. The suggestion that we are here today as a product of the resolutions of this committee being respected in terms of a consultation during the 30-day period to find alternative to the value-added tax increases should be backed up with reality that reflects that in the proposed budget there are alternative revenue generation mechanisms to the value-added tax increases from any political party. I'm not saying this to try to be politically difficult or to debate or to be ideological. I'm saying historical records must reflect to us where are the alternative revenue generation mechanisms which were a product of either deliberations in this committee or the submissions of any political party. Because we don't see ours as the EFF. I did not see those of Action SA. I did not see those of the ANC if they had any. So if there's going to be claims in this committee, which is now debating the fiscal framework and revenue proposals in front of the nation, that we are here today discussing a new budget as a product of the resolutions of this committee during a 30-day period to find alternative revenue generation mechanisms, where are they? Can they be shown to us? Can we see how they've been integrated into the 2025 Fiscal Framework 3.0? And where one of those alternative revenue generation mechanisms proposed by any political party a fuel levy increase? Those would be my simple questions. So that if we're going to debate why we're here, let's go to the detail of it, or we can leave it and allow South Africans to make the determination themselves. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Khayana. Then we move to fiscal framework.
Yeah, Chair, I wanted to say that we have been filibustering, so we need to move. When you started here, you said we are going to do the consideration of the report, and we will come tomorrow to adopt the report. And for sure, at the time we adopt, we must have been persuaded or influenced by whatever proposals that would have been brought here. But if we go through a tirade of heretics, I don't think it's going to help us. I was lost. I did not know where we were on the program than to hear those revolutionary sounding phrases. So can we come back to the agenda item, Chairperson, and deal with the report? Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Khayana. Can we move to fiscal framework, page 19 until page 21? Honorable Mlefe, Van Rooyen.
Chair, on 6.5, correctly so, the committee registered its concern about National Treasury inability to do growth modeling. I think it's linked to 6.62. Now, obviously, if the committee agrees that the projections are, or maybe the forecast are too optimistic, obviously, Chair, too optimistic forecast will lead to wrong, revenue projections. And the dream, what is this, primary surplus might be deferred. And of course, you know, National Treasury is anchoring even stabilization of debt service cost on the dream primary surplus. So how do you generate that without revenue? Because if we all agree that the basis of this forecast and projection is not right, then I think the committee must emphasize on its concern on the failure to realize or the prospects to realize envisaged revenue for the realization of the primary surplus. So definitely, Chair, I think we should say something more than just acknowledging the optimistic forecast by National Treasury. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Let's go to fiscal framework, page 19 until page 21. Any comment on the fiscal framework? Honorable Numa.
Chairperson, thank you very much. On fiscal frameworks 6.13, Chair. The committee note the medium-term tax revenue projection has been revised down by 16.9 billion over the medium term, and believe it's an addition, Chair, and believe that the strengthening of SARS will enhance the attainment of projected revenue, Chairperson, and we delete the expresses concern over early optimistic revenue estimate which failed to achieve the forecast compromised by the fiscus. Chairperson, that sentence is deleted and we add that one that talks to SARS to enhance the attainment of projected revenue. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks. Can those who are making inputs and even suggesting the Tambo, is it paraphrasing or rephrasing of a paragraph, should make it in writing so that the Secretariat should capture properly what you are suggesting. Honorable Tambo.
No, thank you, Chair. On 6.12, it says the committee reiterates its recommendation that National Treasury facilitates inclusive discussions with relevant stakeholders on the implications of fiscal policy for service delivery and development and report the outcomes to the committee. I think we should take that responsibility on our own, and National Treasury can be part and parcel of the stakeholders. In a discussion facilitated by Parliament or the Standing Committee on Finance, I think we had raised this concern. I'm not sure if it was in this committee or appropriations, but the deference of responsibility to conduct discussion and investigation on the impacts of fiscal policy on service delivery should not be abdicated to National Treasury. I think we should, as legislatures, take responsibility for any discussion of that nature. It would be like saying the IEC must facilitate a national dialogue. I don't think we should abdicate responsibilities of facilitating discussions around fiscal policy to National Treasury when we've raised so many concerns about National Treasury ourselves. So I think we should express that differently. We should be the ones who lead that type of discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Honorable Tambo. Honorable Khadeba, Honorable Khadeba, Honorable Van Rooyen, Dr. Beck, Honorable Mulife. Yeah, Honorable Khadem.
No, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. It is one of those rare moments where I agree with Honorable Tambo that it is the committee which must take the responsibility for the facilitation of that, because the National Treasury itself is part of the factors which are affecting whatever it is. So I think that the committee must take that responsibility. I agree with him on that score. At the same time, also agree with what Honorable Ngomalo has said. She has said that The strengthening of SARS will enhance the attainment of the projected revenue. I agree with that sentiment raised by Honorable Ngumalo. But myself, I'll go straight to 6.17, Chair, because as it was raised earlier that this thing does not deal with the issue of the poor. So I'm going straight to that one. The committee, however, knows the National Treasury's response that a permanent and inflation-adjusted social relief distress cost will be significant. While recognizing fiscal constraints, the committee recommends that the National Treasury and the government engage stakeholders on converting the SR grant to basic income grant. The committee then recommends that the National Treasury does the addition which must come after the basic income. The committee recommends that the National Treasury make a presentation on its process of consideration of the BIG within the next 4 months, so that when we go after the medium-term budget policy statement, the National Treasury should have presented around that, because this issue of the BIG has come very strongly from the various stakeholders which we had. I think that it must be able to respond to that. If it is not capable to do that, we must have a report on the table so that we debate it and engage it. Yeah, thank you.
Honorable Khade, Honorable Van Rey.
No, Chair, I think the matter has been supported by Honorable Khadeb. And I think there is a concrete reason why we are going to support Honorable Tambo, because in the public hearings, this was a humble plea that was made to us as a committee by some of the participants. Even COSATU made a very clear proposal on the need for us to facilitate that process. So I think I support the amendment introduced by Honorable Tambo. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Beck.
Chair, it's on 6.19, just making the committee aware that we'll be sending something to the Secretariat on an omnibus bill to affect the changes of the spending review.
Okay, Dr. Beck.
Should I repeat that for the, I see your colleagues, with your indulgence, Chair?
Okay.
So we're just adding the following words. The committee urges National Treasury and Cabinet to bring an omnibus bill to Parliament before the October midterm budget process statement to implement legislative changes that will be required to implement larger spending review items. The point 16.19 deals with the spending reviews, and this urges the Minister to bring the bill to effect those spending reviews.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Beck. Honorable Mlife.
Chair, this is a point that I tried to make earlier, but I was told that we should wait until we get here. We disagree that this budget is not an austerity budget. 6.11. It is an austerity budget. It is not pro-poor because of the regressive nature, the introduction of the regressive fuel levy. The growth of less than 1% real growth in expenditure cannot, in all honesty, be regarded as making a budget not an austerity budget or an austerity budget. 0.8% is less than 1%, Chair, of growth in real terms over the medium term. So we think that it remains an austerity budget, especially given that it introduces a regressive tax as well as less than 1% growth in real expenditure. It cannot be regarded as an not austere budget, or it is pro-poor. We think that the bar is very low, Chair, if we're going to regard a less than 1% increase in expenditure as making a budget to be not an austere budget. Thank you.
Honorable Mazibuko. I'll come back to you, Dr. Beck. Let me take the other
Thank you very much,
speakers.
Chair. Chair, I want to start with item, with 6.15. The stakeholders' concerns is about the credibility of the projected expenditure estimates. So I would add at the end of the sentence that says the committee recommends that National Treasury considers the recommendations made by stakeholders on the potential impact of provisional allocations and credibility of expenditure estimates. So I would like to add the estimates there because we are talking about the estimates on this paragraph. And then, Chair, on 6.18, on 6.18, on the budget for the employees, I would like to add a sentence that says, the committee welcomes the focus on a public service audit to identify and resolve the ghost employees, because I think we've been talking about this for some time, even in their reports. So it says, welcomes the focus on the public service audit to identify and resolve the ghost employee problem in the government payroll. So I thought that needs to find expression on our recommendations, because that, I think in one of the presentations by National Treasury, the committee raised this concern. Thank you.
Thanks. Can they, in that exercise, also do skills audit? Because there are people who inflate qualifications. And there has been report, I can't remember whether it was the Public Service Commission, to that effect. And I'm not sure how far government has taken steps in that regard. But I saw Premier of Gauteng saying something about this matter at Gauteng province. The issue of skills audit should be dealt with. We can't tolerate a situation where people inflate academic credentials which they don't have, and they are occupying very critical position. When outside there, when we attend graduations, we see many young people who are highly qualified and don't inflate their qualifications, are not employed. So we must deal with criminality when it comes to academic qualifications also. Of course, the issue that you are raising of ghost workers, it means somebody generating an employee who does not exist, and that employee somewhere, a ghost is earning an income. So they have to do this, I think, in collaboration with the Public Service and Administration Department, because it's the custodian of public service and administration. So Treasury can't do it alone. Thanks, Honorable Numala. We are not going, we are going to adjourn for lunch and come back.
Yeah. No, thank you very much, Chairperson. And let me first start by acknowledging the two, supporting the two recommendation, which is 16.6.17 and also 16.6.15, which was made by Honorable Mazibugo and Honorable Khadebe. Chairperson, I'm on 16.21, Chair, to say that the committee noted that the primary budget surplus as part of the government debt stabilization objective increased at an estimated to 50.2 billion in 2024 to 25 and 395.5 billion over the 2025 medium term. The next Chairperson sentence, it must be deleted, and we add a new committee recommendation to say that the achievement of a debt stabilization primary budget surplus should be achieved through enhancing revenue collection by strengthening the capabilities of SARS, implementing alternative tax proposal and increase financial sector allocation to critical social and economic development objective. The committee believes that the economic growth is the most efficient debt stabilization strategy as reduction to public expenditure will have counterproductive outcome to economic growth. The PC maintained its position of fiscal anchors and the limitation of binding fiscal rules. Chairperson, this is the added recommendation. I think I will have to present it to the committee so that it must be part of in tomorrow's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Tambo?
Thank you, Chair. I'm surprised I'm the one who's raising this, as I would have thought there are some unionists in the room. But 6.18 says the committee notes the slow progress in reducing the public sector wage bill, which accounts for a larger proportion of the total government budget. The committee recommends that National Treasury considers the FFC's recommendation of a realistic and comprehensive audit of government's cost of employees across all spheres of government to augment the government's early retirement initiative. Now, this paragraph suggests that we are in support of the reduction of the size of the state, because a reduction of the public sector wage bill is a reduction of employees, ultimately a creation of unemployment. And in the current environment, I would have thought that that would not be something we'd want to pursue in the manner that it is being reflected here now. Because when you say there's slow progress in reducing the public sector wage bill, there's slow progress in letting go of employees employed by the state. And I think that's a reduction of state capacity, which is at odds with the National Development Plan, which guides this government until 2030. So I'm not sure whether we want this to be reflected in the manner that it is reflected now, or whether we as a committee are in agreement with the need for a reduction in the public sector wage bill, which is ultimately a reduction in employees by the state. Thank you, Chair.
I don't think so, that the two are synonymous. It's one thing to talk of a bloated or wage bill, but in terms of public service, government is not bloated. If you look at the ratio, whether a doctor to this population, a teacher to the children, learners, and there is that statistics and breakdown. I can't remember where the report is. So the public service is not bloated, it still need more. I agree with you. But the wage bill is very high compared to the money that must go to the economic sector and infrastructure and the like. Yeah. So there's no suggestion that the public service is bloated and it must be reduced. It's about the wage bill. How do you strike that balance? Dr.
Chair,
Beck?
if you'll allow, perhaps then my proposal would be that we make that explicit, that we do not suggest that the public sector is bloated by suggesting a reduction in the wage bill. Perhaps we must have some mechanism to make it explicit as to what we mean here. And then it would be part of my written proposals, as you had suggested.
Yeah, put it in writing. Yeah. Dr. Beck? Huh?
Chair,
Chair.
for the
I'll
sake...
come back to you, Honorable Mazu. Now is Dr. Beck's turn. After Tambo is Dr. Beck, Honorable Squati. So if you want to come back, I will note you. And then, yeah, Dr. Beck, over to you.
For the sake of progress, I'll again rest my point on condition that the word austerity isn't mentioned again today. Otherwise, we'll have to intervene.
No, okay. Thanks, Dr. Beck. Honorable Squad.
Perhaps let me just deal with what Honorable Tambo is talking about in terms of the wage bill, which I think Honorable Mazibuko has already suggested that we deal with the public service audit to identify those ghost employees and so on the payroll, which is actually bloating the wage bill. So I think that is part of that. We can look at other actions that could actually lead towards dealing with some of those issues or challenges that are ballooning the wage bill. So it's not necessarily about, retrenching and all this. So it's more about efficiency of the machinery. Chair, I wanted to suggest on 6.21 that I'm going to make a request that we delete certain sentences, which from line 3, where it starts, it's 6.21, where it starts with, it was covered. I didn't get that one. Who was covering that one? Who was covering it? Oh, you did? Okay, thank you. All right.
Okay, thanks. Honorable Mazibuk.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm covered on the issue of the reduction of the employees that is why we proposed, because I think Honorable Squati has covered that. Let me deal with 6.24, Chair, on the fiscal framework. I would propose an addition on the sentence that begins with, while the May 2025 budget maintains government's stance of not, I would request the committee to add capitalizing SOEs. And towards the end of the paragraph, I don't want to read the whole paragraph, but where it begins with the committee recommends that National Treasury should provide details on how the new PPP model would function and ensures that the PPPs are, there is no R in the original document, more effective, inclusive, transparent, and aligned with policy goals. And in addition of the paragraph that says the committee further recommends that the National Treasury should develop a capitalization strategy to support the growth of SOEs in a positive trajectory while stabilizing SOEs with challenges, recognizing the consideration of the National State Enterprises Bill before Parliament. So we will write that as well, Chair. So that's the addition we are proposing. Thank you.
No, okay. Well, Dr. Beck.
I'm not sure I followed all of my colleagues' points there. Is she proposing that we substitute the word bailout with capitalize? Was that right?
Yes, instead of providing bailouts to SOEs. But the stance not to capitalize, not capitalizing SOEs.
So is she saying we should permit bailouts?
No, that's not what the sentence means.
So do you want to add the word "and" to neither capitalize nor bailout?
Dr. Beck, Agari, you must talk through the chair.
No disrespect.
Okay, you raised the question. Let me go back to Mazibuk to clarify what she's talking about. Honorable Mazibuk.
Chair, the proposal is that instead of saying, let me read the whole sentence, maybe it will make sense. The committee remains concerned that the contingent liabilities remain high, mainly due to SOEs, and that if these liabilities materialized, the debt to GDP trajectory could worsen. So this comes from that. While the May 2025 budget maintains government's stance of not, so the original was saying of not providing bailouts. I am proposing that it should say of not capitalizing SOEs, comma, the committee recognizes the strategic importance of SOEs in supporting the economy and recommends structural reforms to address their ongoing fiscal risk. And I proposed at the end that we should further say the committee further recommends that the National Treasury should develop a capitalization strategy to support the growth of SOEs in a positive trajectory whilst stabilizing SOEs with challenges, recognizing the consideration of the National State Enterprises Bill before Parliament. So it's a proposal. If honorable member feels that, who was it? Oh, yeah, feels that we need to rework the sentence, I think we can listen to that, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. The issue is whether capitalizing and bailouts, are they synonymous or antonyms? Do they mean the same or not? Let me go back to Dr. Beck. Okay. I will say I'll come to you. Dr. Beck, over to you.
Chair, if we wanted to add the words capitalize and no bailouts, that's workable, but to replace the two is not workable. I'm happy to discuss it with a colleague offline, and likewise the paragraph proposed at the end is not workable.
Okay, I hope you will find each other and make a submission so that tomorrow when we deal with the adoption, we are clear of what we are adopting. Honorable Tambo, then we go to SARS and revenue proposals, then lunch and adjourn.
Oh, no, thank you, Chair. I think it would be interesting to check what was the language used by Treasury. And I think they said no bailouts, so I'm not sure if we're trying to help them in communicating their abandoning of SOEs or... But that was the language they used, if I remember correctly. And I remember we fought quite vociferously as to why do we then still categorize them as state-owned enterprises if we've taken a fiscal resolution not to support them. I think that was the point we made last time we met with them. But I take that they will make submissions, both the colleagues, once they've engaged. But I think the explicit wording from National Treasury was no bailouts. I'm not sure we should help them in making it sound nicer. Thank you.
I think it was Parliament that was vociferous in terms of bailouts to SOEs. And if you look at the debt that we have accrued, the better part of it is as a result of trying to put money on the SOEs. And the people of South Africa are saying, in terms of pumping money, which we don't see the results on the SOEs. So we are not saying that we'll leave them to die. They have to come with a turnaround strategy, because lots of money is pumped there, but you don't see the positive result as to where is the problem. The problem is not money. There's a problem somewhere in terms of the functionality of those SOEs, Honorable Tam. So does not mean that we are saying they should collapse. No, that should not be our decision. The problem is that why is there no turnaround despite all the money? If you look at that 4 trillion, is ESCOM, SAA, Transnet, and at the end, you are cutting where? Department of Basic Education, you are cutting health, you are cutting defense. So where's your priority as government? Because the priority of government, number one, is education, health, social development, and the like. Now, that service cost is surpassing all the three combined. Because of what? Of these bailouts. So that's where the debate is. Honorable Beck, Honorable Khadem. Okay, thanks, Dr. Beck. Honorable Khadem.
No, Chairperson, on the issue of bailouts and capitalization, I think that the issue of capitalization also will involve the private-public partnership, because then the money will not be coming straight from the state. Instead, they can have an equity partner which can participate in capitalizing and ensuring that the SOE is strong. So I agree with you that they are not being abandoned. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. Let's go to the last, then we break for lunch and adjourn the meeting. SARS and revenue proposals. Honorable Bisley.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It just says the committee welcomes additional 4 billion allocated to SARS over the medium term. And I think if we could put in there, supplementing the 3.5 billion proposed during the 2.24 medium term. So in effect, they've been given 7.5 billion. And then secondly, I didn't pick it up anywhere that the committee welcomes or notes that SARS will submit a monthly report indicating how this money's helped with tax collection. I just think it's an important thing from transparency, and once we can see that coming through, we can start requesting more money for SARS. So those are just the two recommendations off the top. Do I need to, is that all right?
Yeah, assist us with
Okay.
writing. Do you want them that they must account every month, or as they come every quarter, they should?
No, in
There's
the
a standard way
Sorry.
of them accounting to us, which is quarterly.
So
Over to you.
in their submissions, they did say that they will report, or Treasury, somebody said that they will report monthly. I don't know if it was Treasury or SARS actually said that, but somebody did say that, yeah.
Okay, thanks, Honorable Beasley. Honorable Makuele, let me note the hands. Makuele, Numalo, Tambo. Kaiser, you are quiet. Why? After making, you are okay. You are not surprised again. Okay. Okay. Is Makubele, Ngumalo, Tambo, Mazibuku?
Chair. Oh,
Mulefe? All right, Mo. Okay. That the fund when who covered most SARS and revenue proposals. Okay. Okay, in that order, Honorable Makubele.
thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, wait. Oh, Wabuya,
Chair,
okay.
on 6.28, where the report talks to the zero-rated items, where the committee notes the withdrawal of the additional zero-rated food items in the basket, I would like at the end of the paragraph where it reads that the committee recommends that National Treasury, I believe that we should include the sentence that says National Treasury should consider the expansion of the VAT zero-rated basket as a relief on the high cost of living for the poor and the lower middle strata, and cancel the sentence that says industry must be the one that looks where feasible and stakeholder recommendations to the zero-rated proposed food basket. I believe that this basket of goods should be expanded, considering the fact that the minister in his budget statement indicated that based on the issue of the VAT withdrawal, this basket will be withdrawn. The expansion will be withdrawn. I believe that we can still make a recommendation that says we should expand so that we mitigate against the high cost of living. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. In the last 6 Parliament, we once dealt with this issue. And if I remember, for instance, Dr. George once even initiated a private member's bill in this regard. Secretariat, can we check what was the resolution in this regard on this matter? Because it's not just about zero rating, it's also about the cost of living. The cost of living is quite very high. Many people can't afford basic food stuff and the like. There was once a resolution in this regard So assist us so that by tomorrow when we come to read, we are factual. We see how we take the matter forward. Thanks, Honorable Makuwen. Honorable Numan.
Thank you very much, Chair. I start by supporting the recommendation, the added recommendation by Honorable Makubele on the expansion of VAT zero-rated basket as a relief of the cost of living, which is very high. Chairperson, but I'm on 6.29, Chairperson, to say that the committee note the National Treasuries maintain its decision not to adjust the personal income tax, Chairperson, bracket for inflation generating to 16.7 billion in addition to the revenue 2025-2026. Chairperson, I recommend that there must be added recommendation at the end of this paragraph to say that the National Treasury should consider a differentiated approach where developing tax proposal to protect low income and middle strata household. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Tambo.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll start at 6.27, where it reads, the committee welcomes the withdrawal of the VAT rate increases and notes the impact that this withdrawal has had on various industries' preparation for compliance with government's policy proposals and the cancellation thereof. The committee recommends that National Treasury and SARS note the stakeholders concerned about the cost of compliance in future proposals. I'd like us to add a further sentence that the committee was concerned by the pronouncement by SARS of two concurrent VAT rates of 15% and 15.5% and advises that SARS make all of its pronouncement in line with legislatively binding decisions and not presumptions. And I say this, and we can rephrase it in our written proposal, because there was a lot of uncertainty that arose from SARS' pronouncement that there will be two concurrent VAT rates following a pronouncement by the minister that had not yet been processed by Parliament. And SARS went as far as saying that there will be a 15% VAT rate and a 15.5% VAT rate for those who would not be able to readjust their VAT rate in time. That would run until the 15th of May. So these two VAT rates would run concurrently. Now this caused extreme uncertainty and opened up consumers to manipulation and defrauding by those who are operating with products that have value-added taxes on them. And it was not based on anything legislatively binding at the time. So I think we must urge SARS to, in future, ensure certainty around its pronouncements based on legislatively binding pieces of legislation in that regard. The second one, but we'll make a written submission about that as well. The second one relates to 6.29. The committee notes that National Treasury maintains its decision not to adjust personal income tax brackets for inflation, generating 16.7 billion in additional revenue in 2025-2026. While the committee recognizes an urgent need to cover the revenue shortfall, the committee remains concerned about the impact of the bracket creep on lower and middle income households and reiterates its recommendation that National Treasury assesses equity implications of the fiscal drag and continue to explore alternative progressive tax measures. Now, I'm not sure, because in the beginning, if you remember, Chair, we made a proposal of a section on amendments. I'm not sure if we make those proposals here, and if we were to be allowed to do so, we would say that the committee amends the fiscal framework and adjusts the personal income tax brackets by 4.5% and in line with inflation to protect the people of South Africa from stealth taxation in the form of this non-adjustment of the personal income tax brackets. But you'll advise me, Chair, if this is where we make those proposed amendments or not, or if our proposal to create a section for amendments would proceed now. Then on 6.30, the committee notes the proposed inflationary adjustments to the fuel levy, which are expected to generate 4.1 billion over the next 3 years. The committee also notes the stakeholders and some members of the committee's rejection of this proposal. On this sentence, I'm not sure which members of the committee supported the fuel levy, Because when you say some, it presupposes that there were others who do support the fuel levy. Or I'm not sure if the fact that others didn't state their position clearly means they're in support. I think it's unfair on them to presuppose that. But I'd like to think that we can have a discussion here in the committee. If we're going to say the committee notes that some members of the committee reject the proposal of the inflationary adjustments to the fuel levy, who's accepting them? Because I haven't heard anyone express that in the committee, so that we can have a clear sense as to who in the committee supports the inflationary adjustments to the fuel levy. So I think we should work around that sentence based on expressions within the committee and not assume silence as support. And then it goes further, mostly citing its regressive nature and its impact on the business sector, poor people in the low and middle income households who spend the bulk of their earnings on food and transportation. The committee calls for a continuation of a full review of the fuel levy. It is here as well, Chair, where I would like to say, as a committee, we propose or we pursue the amendment of the fiscal framework and remove the fuel levy increases as a committee as empowered by the Money Bills Act. Again, I don't know if this is the stage where we make these proposed amendments and vote on them immediately, or as I had suggested earlier, we create a section, because I would presume there would be many such amendments that would be binding on the fiscal framework as a standing committee on finance, and not only as recommendations, because we make a clear distinction between what a recommendation is and what an amendment is. But I'll take your guidance on that, Chair. Those were our submissions in the interim, which we'll make written as well.
Okay, put them on in writing. PBO and legal service will assist if ever it's an amendment, and if it's an amendment in terms of the legislation, will follow the process of dealing with that amendment. But put it in writing to the Secretariat. Honorable Mazibuko.
Thank you very much, Chair. Maybe before I do my addition on 6.31, I'm just seated here listening to Honorable Tambo on the amendment of on the fuel levy issue, but you said the legal team will assist. Is that, should the committee do that amendment, and then if yes, then what happens to the court issue? So maybe I think the legal team will assist us in that regard. On 6.31, Chair, on the proposed 2026 amount of 20 billion, I would like to, instead of us registering our reservations and citing the need to engage with the minister at an opportune time, I think we need to come with a recommendation, Chair. And the recommendation that we propose is that the committee recommends that the National Treasury should consider other progressive alternative tax proposals to increase the targeted amount and take out the registers, that the committee should register its reservations about these proposed measures and the engagement with the Minister of Finance at an opportune time. So I think we should take that away, but instead come with the recommendation. Thank you.
Thanks. Just for colleagues also to note that the issue of fuel levy was also dealt with in detail in October 2022. And there was a decision of Parliament. If you remember, Honorable Khadebe, at that time, you were still a House Whip. We'll also go to the records of Parliament and check what was the decision at that time, because the Department of Energy and Treasury were given a responsibility to come up with a clear way forward in this regard. But we'll pull out that decision of Parliament of 2022 October. I'm not suppressing the debate, but I'm just giving you the historical background that it's not the first time that we deal with this matter. Honorable Molife.
Chair, I just want to go back to the issue that was raised by Honorable Tambo about the fuel levy, that it is in essence a money bill. And I think that at least as a minimum, what we should recommend or what we should say is that the Parliament's legal department should advise on whether fuel levy is indeed a money bill and whether it should follow the Section 77 process. So I'm not saying that we must wait for the court, but at least we should have at least a preliminary view, because some of us think that it is indeed an issue that should be covered by in the money bills and should follow Section 77 and 75 processes in the Constitution. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Mlife. It was the last. Honorable Squatten, who else wants to speak before we adjourn? Lunch is ready out there and it's getting cold. And there is a sitting at 2. So, Honorable Squatte, you are the last, then we adjourn.
Thanks, Chair. I'll be quick because it's me between you and lunch. Chair, it's the committee notes a wide range of alternative revenue proposals made by its members, stakeholders, and statutory institutions. Whilst the committee acknowledges that the National Treasury provided responses to these proposals, the committee also notes National Treasury's reluctance to explore implementation of some of these measures. The sentence reads, the committee implores. So I'm suggesting that we delete implores or remove implores and replace it with recommends. It recommends the Minister of Finance to further, as an addition, to further consider the revenue proposals and report to the committee prior to the tabling of the medium-term budget policy statement. And then remove the made and implement where feasible.
Okay. I hope it's captured.
Thank you.
So, Secretariat, I hope you have captured the discussion of the committee. When we come back again tomorrow, we'll do like what we have done today, start from page 1 and make sure that the report correctly reflects the recommendations or the inputs of honorable members. And then when we come to recommendations, we'll go from 6.1 up to the last one. Make sure that it reflects also the views of members. And if members want to vote on each, they will be allowed to do so. But I hope between now and tomorrow, as colleagues, you will lobby one another on what needs to be contained in the report. It's the responsibility of politicians to lobby. So I will request that or encourage colleagues that you should talk to one another on what you want to see on the final report. And I hope there will be no labeling tomorrow and call each other names which don't exist. Let's get used that we are colleagues and we are here together for another 4 years. We are finishing a year now in June. So if in the next 4 years we will be calling each other neo-liberals and neo-this and that, Yeah, it won't be right. We are colleagues, and it's not by choice. The people of South Africa have voted us to be the way we are. All of us are legitimate here. So we are not rivals, colleagues. And let the spirit be the spirit of colleagues debating the interest of the country. With that, let's adjourn. Where are we meeting? Wait, before our Secretariat, where are we meeting and where? Before that, Secretariat, Honorable Van Rooyen.
Chair, earlier on, Honorable Molefe raised an issue about the attendance of the executive and the DG. I'm not sure if, is this something to be worried of, or we should just take it as one of those things that are happening because of the latest development of budget 1 to 3, you know? But there was a concern registered by Honorable Molefe, and I don't remember you giving proper feedback on that.
We have written a letter. We'll post it on the group to the minister. We'll call him that we are not happy that the people who are responsible in the executive of the treasurer are not here. There's an apology of Honorable Sarpen. We don't know what's the apology of Honorable Masondo. The minister will have to take responsibility for that. If you remember last time, the DG was with us in budget, what do you call it, 2.0 or 1.2. So tomorrow, the minister must make sure that politically and in the top executive of the admin, they are here. I will call him above the letter that we have written, which we'll post on the group so that you have the portfolio of evidence that we have written to him. And also the written questions that you have submitted, there must be an undertaking that they are responded to and they are part of your input. So we don't want to short-circuit the processing of this report. And Honorable Molefe, there's no dribbling. Last time you say we're dribbled. Okay, tomorrow we are meeting at S20. You said 20 what? NCOP, yeah, S26, 10 o'clock. The meeting is adjourned until we meet again tomorrow. Thanks.